All right, let's get this started, folks. So, we are back for another fine and glorious day. Battlestar Galactica Deadlock. As you can see there in the top left, there's even already some people in the Discord voice channel. So hopefully we can just go straight into a match. I think one of them's actually even streaming on Discord. So that should work out pretty well for us. So yeah, we'll get loaded here into the multiplayer. And I will go join the channel and see what's what. How's it
Howdy.
going, guys?
Hi.
Not so bad. Yourself?
Not too bad. Just getting, doing another
it is
exciting
Z-Dog.
stream. It's
Yeah, it is
Saturday.
Z-Dog.
Match will be over. We won't interfere with your stream much
Oh,
longer.
you're fine. You're not interfering with nothing.
Z-Dog, I would like to ask for a match and ask you to heavily critique me in telling me what the heck I'm doing wrong.
We can do that. What's your points value and what mode?
I'm looking to test out Conquest technical fleets. So
Okay.
12K, 3-ship rule.
Defender Medusa?
They're in. You can use those. Defender and Medusa are allowed. So far, no ship has been banned. I mean, it's only Colonial versus Colonial, so no Medusa either way, but
Okay.
Defenders are in. That's what actually we are doing. I'm testing a fleet right now.
So
With
12K, 3-ship rule. Gotcha.
Yep.
Yep.
And
Only
Annihilation
one
or Propaganda?
Annihilation.
Okay.
That'd be interesting if it was a different game mode for like the center for different planets or different systems across Conquest.
All right. Let's see. What do I want to run in an Annihilation context? Or Conquest context. Are you guys using the slow fleets are 2 move, fast fleets are 3?
I think most of the rules are the same. So yes.
Okay. So let's see. The medium shipyard at Ragnar makes Minerva's Artemis, Heracles, Atlas. Is that right?
No.
Valkyrie?
Valkyrie, Artemis, and Heracles, and down. The heavy ships are Jupiter's, Atlas, and Mercury's.
So the small shipyards can make Atlas? No, you said
no,
Atlas.
Other way around.
Okay.
Yeah, Atlas is considered a heavy.
You mean a medium
Artemis.
shipyard? Atlas is a heavy ship, but it should be a medium shipyard or a slow ship.
Yeah, it's a heavy. It's a slow ship and a medium ship because there is slow, fast, and light, medium, heavy. So Atlas is medium and slow.
And I want to say Minerva is the cutoff of medium shipyard. It's the largest ship you can get out of the medium shipyard, right?
Well, I don't know anymore because everything I thought was true is wrong. So, I would, if I can remember correctly, I believe, Minervas are heavy, but I might be wrong with that.
Are you using guns?
Always use guns.
Pew pew.
Pew pew. Blap, blap, blap.
Damaged me yet. All right, what's that down there? I got some targets finally.
Okay. So.
Pair of Minervas. Oh, that's ouchy. That's gonna hurt when they get up to my altitude.
Are you wanting to attack a fleet that's defending and using large or the large shipyard, or?
You bring whatever you want. I just need to be capable.
Okay.
Being able to sprint as far as I can into enemy territory and shred as much as I can would be ideal, but that likely won't happen.
Yeah.
Target check and see who's got who on gun sights. Anybody remember the gun range on the Minerva?
That
Long.
Oh wait,
Okay.
he's
It's
got
the longest range
he's
ship
got-
in the game. You're outranged by it.
It's got boost on it too. I saw Defender squadrons already. So he probably boosted the fire control on that sucker too. So I'm toast.
Oh,
I can
just
check that.
Killed
So
Chrome. Come back here, Chrome.
before I
Would
give
you
up
like
and
to make the match, or should I?
I'll make the match. I'm just
All right.
setting up a fleet here.
chaff. Very big chaff. All right, his guns are not boosted. Fire control is boosted, so I am quite the toastito here. Both Minervas have boosted fire control.
Let me get my squadrons. This is a colonial mirror.
Lose with some grace.
Let's go with one of these. Could go with another one.
$12K, I'm going to have a Minerva in this little cluster of ships. And a
Okay.
Defender.
So we're gonna go here, here.
Sorry, my gamer tag is SNNJ in the game.
Okay.
Alternate defense configuration.
Okay. Oh, you've already created a lobby. Alright, I will just join yours then.
Butte.
Oh, you did random map? Did you mean to do random map?
Yeah, we can do somewhere else if you want.
No, that's fine. I think the Conquest is still planning on not doing random, but I don't know.
I have no idea,
To be
honestly.
perfectly fair, from what I gather, this smaller version of Conquest we're doing right now, the rules aren't very strict yet, so it's a lot left to our imagination, let's say. I'm
Yeah.
only sure of that free ship rule is almost certainly going to be in place, and almost certainly defenders will be allowed. But apart from that, no idea.
That's fair.
I think there was discussion of only having one defender allowed, but
I proposed it, but since it's only colonial v colonial, I think we could spam the defenders. It probably will be the most common ship to be used. But then again, we don't usually use it in any kind of tournament, so maybe it could get some love here. Why not?
yeah, right.
I don't think it's been allowed in any previous tournament where it also existed.
Out of curiosity, why was it not allowed?
Because the Medusa was viewed as too overpowered, and so the Medusa wasn't allowed, and it was viewed that allowing the defender when you didn't allow the Medusa would also be unbalanced.
That's fair. Well, I need to turn the stream of that off so that way I can.
Not stream snipe.
Well, no, not your stream snipe, but I
Finally
I
uses some missiles.
yeah, I was turning Unixes off so that way I wasn't listening to their battle.
It's gonna end with a whimper.
I changed my fleet position up a tiny bit.
That's fair. Ooh, this is interesting. Okay.
Launching Raptors.
Oh, bloody hell.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you are low.
Yes, Commander. Deploying Marines.
Missiles incoming.
Deploying
Jupiter's taking
Marines.
damage.
Got it.
Oh, that's so disappointing. Oh well.
This map.
Oh. Well, that, but also, I was just checking out the flak fields and if I got them correct, and I didn't.
Ah.
Yeah.
Hours on my complex flak fleet getting the flak fields right.
Question is, am I gonna shoot myself in the foot? Because I think
That is a
answer probably-
really tight formation you have there, that's for sure. I would be
Yeah.
really careful about using that if you're not the host.
Any chance we could get a look at the your match, because we are almost finishing ours. It's like
You can
almost
check
done.
out my stream, twitch.tv/SergeantZito.
Oh
There's
yeah,
a
because it's not
link in the
okay, not in
Discord.
general, but yeah. Okay, now I got it. Okay, be there shortly.
Yeah, I botched this. I put moving some of my ships. Made
Right
this a
into the
little too
cloud.
tight. Yeah. I might still escape it, but it's gonna be.
Deploying Marines.
I'm probably gonna get nicked for it.
Launching drones.
Beautiful.
IFFs will come back hostile.
Oh.
Well, I can definitely tell you a couple of problems with this formation.
Yeah, I'm. It's way too tight. That
It's
was
way
the
too
issue with
tight.
this.
You're burdening your fastest ships, the Valkyries and the Adamants, with the slower Heracles and Artemis for no particular reason. You're making yourself incredibly vulnerable to mines, which, to be fair, Colonials using mines not terribly common, but holy cow. You're also stuck in this situation where you've got lots of munitions, but if the enemy just does a slow bombard of you, you're going to end up flacking all of your ships to keep yourself from getting hit by munitions, and then you'll never end up getting to use your missiles because you're in one big concentrated formation.
That's something I've noticed and have had issues with.
Artemis also kind of struggles at this points value. I mean, it's still a good ship. It just
Yeah,
you're at the
I've noticed.
point where it doesn't necessarily have enough armor for its guns. So unless you're specifically going for a fast fleet, I wouldn't.
Yeah, that was my attempt to make my fleet slightly more well-rounded, because I desperately needed the fighters, but I didn't want to have be carrying in a heavy fleet.
Yeah, and you know, if you're in that situation where you really want to get
Yes, sir.
that fast fleet, then 3 Artemis, 3 Valks is the way you go.
Really?
I mean, it's the most point sufficient, and then you can throw in like 3 Berserk or whatever. If you want to
Gotcha.
really lean into getting good fighter concentration.
I've never been particularly good at fighter play, which
Yeah.
is why I try to lean away from it.
3 Berserks in the
I've
Celestra
been
is probably a pretty solid bring for getting fighters if you want to bring in those Heracles. I'm not.
okay.
How do I feel about the Heracles? 2 Heracles is pretty punchy. As a fast fleet, you're really going to have to lean on your mobility, and the Heracles are so slow.
Yeah.
I mean, the Artemis kind of are too. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about it.
Turn my stream down. If you have
Oh, that
nobody
was way
else,
closer than I thought it was going to be. That's unfortunate.
if Z-Dog, you need an opponent, I would like to test a fleet designed for modern base star fleets against modern base stars.
Sure.
16K. But do other things first.
Okay.
Because I'm a bit of a funk right now. I can't seem to win at all since last night.
I see. Okay.
Well, I've been trying to learn 12K, and I don't do 12K as a matter of course, and I'm just doing horrible at it.
I'm on it, Commander.
But, I will assume if we do the modern base star match, that you're going to bring a lot of mines. Provision my forces to deal with that.
My word, I'm glad I've played this map enough to know more or less where all these nebulas are.
Got it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh my gosh, I just realized I've been muted.
Not for too long.
I think I managed to escape the nebula.
Yes, you are currently
That's
in
good.
the S-shaped gap that is between the players.
Yeah.
Though it is really hard to tell.
Unix, thanks for the game. I'll probably switch to
You
the
will need to make
towards
either a
the.
hard left or a hard or a less hard right, or you're going to end up running into the bit of it that's in front of my deployment.
I see.
So, Unix, thanks for the game. I'll probably switch to watch the stream right now. I might learn something. It's always
Go ahead, enjoy yourself.
good to learn. And if it was any different map, you would have slaughtered me before I even reached your first Jupiter. Those torpedoes, the debris cloud right below you was just. It was your nemesis. This game. See you around.
Always seem to have a nemesis.
It's important to have a nemesis, you know? Brings
Oh,
spice or something.
It's so spicy.
Yes, Commander. Yes, Commander.
Yeah, that's about what I expected.
Could I ask for a quick rundown on what happened before this moment, like really briefly?
Not much, just a little bit of positioning. You haven't missed much.
Nope. I might be able to escape. We'll see. We'll find out. Are they in?
If
Oh,
we consider this the conquest match, then I think, and your fleet is fast, if I'm not mistaken, Warhalf, then I think you have quite a nice opportunity to destroy some really expensive ships on Zedek's side. But if we consider this like a defensive battle in Conquest, yeah, you don't have the best ships to combat those Mercury civil defenders.
I have been rather pleased with the Valkyrie's capabilities to take down Mercuries.
They do pretty decently at it. The size
Uh,
3 versus a size 5 is pretty nice. It does help for Mercuries that they have that 10-point accuracy bonus plus pretty good accuracy based on posture besides. And he does have a very punchy fleet. So I will probably take some losses here. I could potentially lose it. I have a much more carrier focused fleet than he does, I think. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 2, 4.
Oh,
Or,
yeah.
sorry, 3, 6,
Yeah.
7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, I have a much more carrier focused fleet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but my
I
point
have.
with Mercury's was that the Mercury simply is a carrier with 3 Mark 7s versus Valkyries and Heracles, which lack fighters. Then, if you stayed back and just let your fighters do the job,
Yeah.
it would be problematic for Warhammer to do it. But since you got close enough that engagement is possible, I think that taking down both of those Mercuries is quite possible. Really quite possible, depending. Okay, maybe a bit less so now.
So we don't know what the defender limit's going to be on the contest
So say we
that I so stupidly joined.
If I had to guess, it's probably going to be either no limit or 1.
I need time to test fleets before that thing starts, so they got to decide and freeze the rules at least a couple days before the
I heard there was the idea about having a 2 ship limit generally on ships, but I think that the 3 ship limit actually will be the one used.
Commander.
It's posing some really nice tactical challenges. Should I take the 3rd ship of the class that I really like, or should I stick with 2 which can self-flag, which I really love about the 3 ship limit.
Yes, sir.
Zidek, how long do you think you will be doing the stream?
About another 3 hours, a little over.
I'm on it, Commander.
Oh, so lovely. If like about in say an hour or so, I could ask for a game, that would be
Oh, certainly.
great.
Yeah.
Thanks. Especially against this particular fleet, because a few times I actually got lucky and destroyed the Mercury focused fleet with a light ships, sort of light ship, sort of light, of course. But I never had the opportunity to face them when they had the defender buff. I want to see if my tactics would work or would be completely useless.
The defender buff will damage
So
your
something
tactics.
with Mercury and defenders would be
I've played
great.
both sides on that, and I'm telling you that the defender will make the Mercury way more powerful, especially
Yes.
shooting down.
Yeah, the defender really helps the Mercury quite a bit because it takes pretty much removes a lot of its biggest weaknesses. Yeah, 2 Mercuries just soloed a Heracles in 1 turn.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a Heracles broadside, which even that though, like I went through a lot of your frontal armor and top armor as well. So yeah.
This is getting. I mean, I'm going to kill those Mercuries, and you're going to like it, but, you know.
So you say.
But the point is like, if I figure if I waste an even lighter fleet than this to killing a couple of Mercuries, I figure I can get that fleet back relatively quickly compared to the Mercuries.
Oh, you definitely can. So, in terms of middle of the board, if you can knock out the 2 Mercuries, that you would want to knock out all of my battle stars because the Valkyries also will require that medium shipyard.
Right. But the Valkyries can return to battle far quicker than
Yes, they definitely can.
the Mercuries will. Oh, it was that turn? Okay. I should. Oh god, another turn.
Or the alternative, you could knock out the lighter ships, as like Defenders and especially Valkyries, Atlas, and Artemis, that kind of ship, and leave him with like a single heavy ship, which would slow down his fleet. Because I'm not sure if
I mean,
the
if he knocks out
disbandment of
all of my lights and all but one heavy, that's still a pretty solid win. That's just really hard to do.
Right.
Because you'll notice
yeah, just
all of my light ships are behind the two heaviest ships.
Yeah.
Now, mostly that's
yeah,
because
ideally,
their range is not great. Like the defenders most useful at helping shoot down fighters because they have PDCs and medium guns with sort of high accuracy. They get more accuracy out of posture differences than is the colonial standard, so they benefit in that sense.
Hmm.
Time to kill that ear Valkyrie, though.
Kill the Valkyrie. What did he do to you?
So, well, okay. I don't know if you did it, but what you should have done this turn with your Valkyrie that's getting beat up, is pull a hard right dive that'd let you use the remaining top armor and the Valkyrie's relatively heavy frontal armor.
Yeah, definitely should. I did turn right, but not hard enough.
Yeah, you had to do a full hard right.
Yeah, your Valkyries are going to shred that to pieces before it gets the chance to exist. And I didn't dive. But that's good to know.
Missile teams
I'm
prepped.
particularly bad about thinking about, oh, I have no armor here. Instead, rather of just like, just shoot it. Just shoot it faster.
Yeah. Oh, the Manticore is getting to use its gun. You go, Manticore.
It's tiny little pea shooter.
Hey, that thing's amazing. Like, I think the rate of fire on that is enough. Oh, you did delete that Mercury there. Now that you're finally in range.
Yee. You're making me pay for it, though.
Yep. Yeah, you're down both Artemis and a Valkyrie and a Heracles. We're gonna knock out this other Heracles now.
Yeah. Let's see. You're getting doinked. You're not getting doinked yet. Oh, but we can totally. We can't use that. That's unfortunate.
So say we all.
I was experimenting for a moment with the idea of putting my Heracles at the top of the map, so that because they can outclimb Mercury's, so that way I can fire down and take out fire control on Mercury's.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to rain on your parade, but I'm not sure they can. I think Mercury is quite a good climber. I think it's on par with
It's-
Artemis or Minerva. And I think
No, it's only
Heracles
a
is on
little
par
bit
with
better
Minerva.
than the Jupiter, but
Yes, Commander.
a little bit better is all you need.
Right.
And then, of course,
By
you
the
know, you can
time-
always buff it with a defender if you need to.
Right. I figured by the time I actually get to battle, I'll have enough of a rise that it won't be too much of an issue.
Yeah, I mean, so the Mercury, when it comes to Colonials getting above it, is going to be looking at Rangers, Janus, Minotaurs. Those are going to be the big threats that you don't want to get above you.
Right.
Heracles probably can, and I'm not even sure that Janice could do it very quickly. So yeah, it's mostly going to be Ranger, to a lesser extent Manticore. Eh.
Good night, sweet prince.
Goodbye, Heracles.
Viewpoint that just having a nuke and never using it can change the outcome of a game. You have a nuke, you make sure the other guy knows it, gets it on Dratus early, and he has to
Yes, sir.
waste a lot of time being ready to defend against it.
Yeah.
Yes, Commander.
You're not ready, and you are. Okay. My beautiful Heracles. Oh. Bottom? Oh, the fighters.
You'll
Yep.
live.
Oh.
Best small nuclear delivery platform.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Yep.
Commander.
I think it's
Oh,
probably.
God.
I'm thinking either the Valkyrie or the Manticore. The problem is the Manticore can't take any punishment. To the Solar Fleet. Save. Now,
So say we all.
the way these conquests work, you have to submit a fleet list at the beginning, or you're allowed to change your fleet during the conquest.
You'll have a permanent fleet that will continue to update as you take losses and build replacements and stuff.
Bro, the Celestra. Putting in work. Holy crap.
Yep.
I genuinely didn't think the Celestra could do that.
What's it doing?
That's why I never put it into my fleets.
So a big part of that is you just don't have a lot of damage output left, and a lot of the damage you did do that turn was on my front armor where I still had armor.
I see.
I also threw this thing into full defense and had the defender buff engineering instead.
Gotcha.
I probably should have done that a little bit earlier on my ships in general, but
Especially at this range, it's still outputting fire, so.
yeah.
Yeah, I think this fleet cost far too much for
A single
a
Mercury
run
kill.
Yeah. A run and punch.
Yeah.
Which is what I kind of built it for, was not for it to survive, but rather to run in and take out high priority targets and force the player to rout.
Yeah. You're probably going to be looking at like Orions for that sort of thing.
Gotcha.
Orions with torpedoes, probably solid choices, or Rangers with torpedoes. Rangers with torpedoes, honestly, probably a really good choice.
Oof. Ah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm in the nebula. I was like, how is my Mercury taking fire control damage?
I love the Ranger as a PCM delivery.
Rangers, good PCM delivery.
Great. If you start shooting stuff from a Ranger, then he's more likely to go after you. If you're just protecting stuff, no one ever gets around to shooting the Ranger.
Oh, the technical support Raptor got killed. How'd that happen? Wonder if Nebulas will scrub off in the way Flak used to.
Huh.
What does scrub off mean?
Deflee?
Yes, Commander.
Yeah, that was acceptable. That was unacceptable losses on my part. Critical failure. So, bad fleet composition, bad bad fleet positioning.
Yeah, I would. The big issue you're going to want to address is don't bind your fleet up that tight. That's just don't do that to your Valkyries. It hurts me on a deep emotional level that you put Valkyries in that position where they can't maneuver and do things.
Noted. Time to go build a new fleet. Oh, I love building a new fleet. This was my very first conquest fleet that I built, that and refined for the last conquest. That
All right.
before it evaporated.
Yeah, that's fair. So I love this. My Manticore pulled off 120 damage, of which only 38.4 was from the missiles. So it did over 80 damage with that Corvette cannon.
Good lord.
I love that. That's beautiful.
Oh. It is just...
It's still less than even my Defenders pulled off, but considering the Manticore also gave me the easy eyes on your entire fleet, that's pretty solid. Plus, of course, it still had missiles that could continue raining down and stuff.
Right.
Yeah, Corvette cannon. Definitely you're not getting good bang for your buck in terms of raw damage output, but don't forget about it either.
Yeah, it's doing something.
Yeah.
I had a guy explosive took out one of my Mercuries with basically 4 Manicores.
Yeah, he torpedo striked the top for the fire control.
He torpedo strike and then he used guns to finish off the fire control.
Yeah. And I'd say you're probably, if you want to do something like that, you're probably better off with like 2 Rangers. You'll come in a little bit cheaper on points, and they have more firepower. Plus, the faster loading torpedoes means you can switch to a second target sooner.
Yeah, that's true.
They also have more armor. The only thing they're really missing is the Dratus and the speed. So, like, if the Dratus is important, you could still bring, like, a Manticore or 2 Manticores and 1 Ranger, or something like that.
Yeah.
As far as your fleet, so, So I have, what is it? So one of the ideas, and that I've used it a little bit, though it has trouble with like the double Mercury too, is 3 Artemis, 3 Valkyries, 3 Berserks, and you lean hard into those fighters.
Right.
Because that brings 9 Viper 2s and 3 Viper 7s. You're pretty formidable fighter count there. I also have a Celestra in here.
Gotcha.
Which, is nice for pretty much all of those, because, as I mentioned, even the Artemis a little bit thin when you start talking 12K matches.
Okay. Who's going next against Sea Dog?
I think I was going to talk fleets with him for a bit, and then you and I wanted to do modern base stars, I recall.
Okay, that's fine. Whatever, it's your deal.
And then, let's see. So if you specifically want to knock out Mercuries,
include a couple Valkyries to get underneath them, because that will wear them out pretty fast.
I don't know, like a couple of Valkyries kind of seem like I'm trading 4 slipways for 3 slipways there.
Yeah, I
want something
mean,
to shoot.
the Valkyries have
If
the problem of you need that medium shipyard to replace them,
right,
and attacking a Mercury from underneath, while certainly doable, is not necessarily the ideal
optimal.
situation.
Well,
Yeah,
the other way to
Right.
do it is, if he's up high, is to boost a defender, boost a pair of Minervas, and
Minervas
shoot
have
up.
poor bottom firepower. 4 heavy
Now that you have the
guns trading against
Minervas,
4 Battlestar artillery, and you're both shooting into each other's fire control, but you have less armor. Not good.
Minerva's low. Mercury's, assuming the Mercuries go high, you
You'll be
uh,
shooting into each other's engineering. If you're defender boosted, you will have greater range, and you
and
do
you
have
won't get
greater
it.
speed, so you can kind of kite it. It's an option. The problem, you'll need to be careful about enemy fighters, so you might say bring like a PCM and a debris mine each.
Yep. Something else you
And
can do is
Right.
your pair of Rangers idea is actually a very good one with torpedoes.
yeah, that's
Because they can be way out. They can be way out of the gun range of the Mercury and still slam it from underneath
yeah. The
under
other
its
thing I'm thinking is you might
flak.
do like, let's say like 3 Minotaurs and then defender boost all 3, just because
Minotaurs
defenders
still
still
light,
gonna,
right?
yeah, they're still a small shipyard and they're fast. They'll get above and just pound it. Um,
Orion is the heaviest I can get with light.
But they're very effective because of their
um,
torpedo output.
yeah,
I'm
Orion
trying to
Ranger
remember what the
Janus. I think the breakpoint's
range.
like anything 1050 and down. So it's for
Okay,
colonials, it's basically Orion Ranger Janus and cheaper.
gotcha.
So let's see.
I think
If you're rocking 3 Minotaurs and 3 Defenders, we do want to go ahead and get our Viper 2s on the Defenders. And these guys will kind of basically bombard from above, or even you could go through like broadsides because they're guns, obviously.
Right.
If you've got time to get above and just knock out fire controls, go for it, but you're probably not. Let me see here. So what else do we need? We need some fighter presence, and we still have lots of points, so we're pretty much looking at Artemis if you want to stick with the fast fleet.
Right.
Let's throw Viper 2s on here on all 3 of these.
I'm trying to reorganize into. I've got 3 adamants and 3 minotaurs so
So
far.
that still leaves almost 2,000 points. Okay. So we're probably not doing this with 3 Minotaurs. So if we're not going to do this with 3 Minotaurs, let's try it with 3 Rangers. We don't need the Defenders at that point, because the Rangers are mostly going to be leaning on their torpedoes. I'm
sorry, I just found a fleet called Randy Drunk Fleet.
Nice.
I have no idea.
Okay. So, Rangers with torpedoes. Let's grab some Berserks. Let's not do Berserks then. Let's say dupe. Maybe 2 Valkyrie, 2 Adamant. Don't quite have
I
points
still
for
feel
that.
like particularly Adamant and Minotaurs should have some sort of flak, but
Let's see. So that leaves us at kind of an awkward point total.
Sometimes obsess about spending the last 10 points in the fleet and weaken the fleet. There's so many PCMs you can use.
Let's see. What if we didn't run 2 Artemis, and instead of the Berserk we bring 2 Adamants? And now there's just under 1,000 points left.
oh right, I have a 10 ship limit.
You do.
Whoops.
So let me see here. We have 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 fighters.
Jesus, I still have so many points left.
Put Mercury in, it'll use up all the points real fast.
oh, I'm trying to go for small shipyard only.
Let's see.
Super light
How
fleet,
fast,
super punchy.
How
The
fast
most efficient
is
way to get Mark
Janus?
7 Vipers, which are dominating the fighter wars recently, is a single Mercury. It's got to find a place to hide it.
Well, and the problem is he's trying to do this. So let's see. Mercury goes at 90.
Just mouse before I use it. Most unfortunate. Oh wait, that's not a charge report. It's a Schmobagel report.
A Janus goes at 100. So a Janus is not going to reliably outclimb a Mercury. So we don't necessarily want to do that. We definitely want to stick to the Rangers.
Right.
So I've got torpedoes on all the Rangers. You know what, actually, let's just throw out so many torpedoes. We're not necessarily focusing on winning any given engagement, but rather killing things. So
taking a light fleet
torpedo,
into a heavy fleet.
And that's torpedo. And let's, on the Celestra, we'll put a debris mine and a PCM. Yes, there we go. Okay, so
can you list off what you got again?
So I have 3 Rangers, 2 Adamants, 2 Valkyries, 2 Artemis, all with torpedoes and upgraded fighters. And then for the last few points, I have a Celestra with a debris mine and a PCM. You're going to first turn volley. The thing you are most certain is a Mercury.
Right. So,
or even better, the thing you're most certain is a Jupiter.
Genius me, I wasn't following along when we were building this, so I'm just sitting here putzing around with a fleet, and now I listen to that, and I'm like, yeah, that sounds like a better idea.
Yeah, so and the goal here is you want to one turn tap out with, you've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 12 things salvoing out a volley of torpedoes turn 1. Your goal
Right.
is to tap out the flak buddy of a Mercury.
And that way I can take out the other Mercury in
Once
3
you've
turns.
done that, the Rangers will be able to climb above the second one, or Jupiter, whatever it is, and knock it out.
How are you going to knock out the flak buddy if the flak's on? Because it can't be on the first turn.
You can turn it on first turn. Most people won't because they want to get their fighters out the door.
Right.
Even if the opponent doesn't do that, by the time the Rangers reload, you will see whether or not he has them. If he hasn't launched any fighters, you're just going to do rolling barrages from your Rangers. Don't waste your torpedoes. You're just firing off, like, of the 3 Rangers, you're going to maybe hit 2 of his ships at a time with 1 volley of torpedoes, maybe even throw yourself into defensive posture so you have smaller volleys.
And you're trying to
You're just
keep
forcing him to keep the flak up or take some hard hits.
On the fighters
All right.
when he launches them, okay.
So can we go over this again? So we've got 2 Adamants, 3 Rangers, a Celestra. How many Artemises?
2 Artemis, 2 Valks.
Gotcha.
All of the combat ships are running torpedoes and maxed fighters. The Celestra is going to bring you a backup PCM and a backup debris mine.
And I should be climbing with this whole fleet as hard as I can, right?
No. You're going to play this intelligent. So the Rangers will climb because they want to bombard.
Okay.
The Artemis are useless if they're above their target. They need to dive. The Valkyries are useless if they're above their target. They need to dive. The Adamants, you can flex a little bit, but I would just keep them as close to the Valkyries as you can with just enough distance just enough of a vertical gap between the Adamant and the Valkyrie that the Valkyrie can shoot its top guns. Which isn't very much when you consider how much the Valkyrie will roll. So the Adamant is going to do a stack. You're going to have 2 stack pairs with the Valkyrie and the Adamant. Because the Valkyrie and the Adamant have essentially the same maneuvering capacity. The Valkyrie just strafes better.
Gotcha.
So the Valkyrie is going to be on the bottom, the Adamant right above it, with just enough space that the Valkyrie can fire off its top guns.
Got it.
And this lets the Valkyrie flak for the Adamant. And lets you get in some extra fighters and light guns and stuff. You could, if you wanted, run a 3rd Valkyrie. I would run the 2 Adamants. They're easier to replace.
Yeah.
Plus, the light guns do pretty good work. And by running 2 Adamants instead of 1 Valkyrie, you get an extra torpedo slot.
Gotcha. The Celestra should be carrying, like, what, a debris mine and a PCM?
I put a debris mine in a PCM. The PCM probably isn't going to get you much, but if you run out of torpedoes, the 1 guided missile's not going to get you much either. Whereas that PCM maybe saves you from massed volleys or something if you lose your flak buddy or whatever.
Right.
A 2nd debris mine would be preferable, but there's just not points.
And where should I guess I should pair the Artemis?
The 2 the 2 Artemis are flak buddies with each other.
Right. Should I pair it like behind or in front of my?
I would put everything up on that front line so that your torpedoes have as short a possible travel time as you can manage.
Got it. Yeah, I'm not used to the whole snipe concept, and I guess I put my Celestra somewhere in between my...
and a little bit behind the Artemis, or you could have it accompany the Valkyries. That's up to you.
Okay.
You'll have to pay a little bit more attention having it accompany the Valkyries because it's not as fast.
Right.
So it's not going to keep up, and you don't want to try and you don't want to slow down your Valkyries and Adamants to have it keep up. Worth noting, Valkyries can flak buddy each other. It's not really worthwhile. They don't have the front guns to really benefit from that the way other Battlestars do. Plus, their
Right.
fire controls in front, so yes, they have a lot of front armor, but you want to save that for as long as
Yeah.
possible.
Yeah.
So, plus, Valkyries are nimble enough that unless they're getting munition from both sides, there's not particularly any reason you can't just turn them to face whatever munitions are coming in, if they're not already, because of course they want to use their broadside PDCs.
Right.
So I tend to give them enough space between each other that they can strafe towards a target, broadside in on a target instead. Obviously, keep in mind they're fairly thin. Try and keep that range open. Use the relatively accurate heavy guns versus traditional Battlestar artillery. Plus, PDC is always pretty accurate against larger targets, just not a lot of damage. That's where the Adamant's light guns will also come in to help.
Gotcha.
So yeah, they're gonna be near each other so that you have that concentration of firepower, but those 4 light fast ships are not going to be right next to the Artemis. The Artemis are kind of this faux anvil.
Gotcha.
So yeah,
They'll show up eventually to start doing things, but they'll get there.
They're mostly there to be carriers. You don't they're carriers that can defend themselves, right?
Right.
So
Okay.
yeah, don't let them get cornered by Mercuries.
They'll just get
2
shredded.
Artemis can probably 1v1 a Mercury, especially if you've been padding their armor with that Celestra.
Right.
It's not an engagement you want to take unless you have to. And if it's against
Gotcha.
2 Mercuries, you will get pasted. Because the Mercuries are going to fire into your fire control while you're only shooting into engineering, or perhaps even worse, armory. So yeah, lean on your torpedoes. So where you're really going to have to be careful is you need to get your fighters up and defending the Rangers.
Right.
If he sends his fighters elsewhere, then great, go tie them up elsewhere. But your Rangers will be vulnerable to enemy fighters.
Gotcha.
They should reliably outmaneuver anything that's going to chase them for long enough. So Minotaur's speed 130, which is just slower than the Ranger's 135. Orions are 175 and a potential threat to your Rangers. So, keep an eye out for any Orions. If you see them, that's where you're going to use your Valkyries and your Adamants to snipe them out.
Okay.
But you're not likely to see that. What else? Yeah, you're mostly going to be looking at Berserks might try and threaten your Rangers with their longer range and higher speed. That's a concern. Manticore's not really a concern. They just don't have the firepower presence. Unless you see a swarm of them, but they're not going to outrange you. So unless you've got several Manticores, unless you've got lots of things, your big issue with the Rangers is going to be squadrons and munitions. Because you don't have any flak nearby, so you're reliant upon your squadrons to intercept enemy munitions.
Right.
But yeah, anything that's slower than you is probably going to outgun you, other than an Atlas, which obviously Atlas you're not going to go after until the end, unless that just is their only large target that you're needing to knock out.
Right.
Then you'll obviously torpedo those down. Yeah.
So do I just take a guess at what
Based on
is
the
going to be the
positioning, you're
high
going to do
priority?
a best guess.
Okay.
You're going to
Cool.
go, are there high targets? Do I know this player probably has Mercuries? Aim for those.
Got it.
If he has high targets, but you don't think he has Mercuries, there are probably other Rangers or Janus. Janus probably okay to torpedo volley. Rangers not. They'll just get out. They'll be out of the way by the time the torpedoes get there, probably. Even the Janus you might miss, but yeah. You're just gonna. The worst possible scenario is he keeps his lighter ships near enough to fend off your Rangers. Well, no. The worst possible scenario is he PCMs your early torpedo volley, which I can pretty much guarantee you is going to happen. Mercury's are, and Jupiter's too, for that matter, are just so vulnerable to turn 1 torpedoes. You may... Yeah, that's true. Let's see. How do you get rid of that problem? That turn 1 volley, if it succeeds, is just so valuable that not doing it would be stupid.
Right.
However, it's probably going to fail. It's probably going to come down to getting above, or just soaking through the flak of the Mercury, the flak and the PCMs.
I mean, I figure if at least I take down one flak buddy, the other goes down with it. So
yeah. The big problem is they have 2 munition slots. You're probably going to be facing PCMs.
Right.
If he has PCMs on one Mercury but not the other, or he has 2 on one and 1 on the other, focus the one with the most PCMs.
Okay.
The big problem is there's just no easy way to snipe a Mercury. Like,
right.
They're big, powerful ships. Drowning it is really the only good answer.
My very first fleet, I had set up so that way turn 1, it just made a hard left or right turn, and it just created a fat flak wall, and I just waited for them to come to me.
Yeah, I mean, there's no good way to knock out a Mercury. 1 or 2 PCMs plus its flak. It's really hard to kill with munitions. It's got enough guns. It's pretty scary even for its really hefty points cost. It's not as efficient, 3 Heracles, yeah, they're gonna outgun a single Mercury.
Right.
But even 2 Heracles gonna be having a rough time against a Mercury.
3 Heracles, 3 Valkyrie.
Yeah. If you spend equivalent points, the Mercury's probably gonna eat it.
Yeah.
But it's rough to knock on that thing. It's rough.
That 200 health really gives it a full turn of
200
living.
health, a crap ton of armor.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if this... I don't think he's updated his guide to show 3 fighter slots yet, has he? No, he hasn't. I should poke Waggle to update his guide. But yeah, it's got a lot of armor. Front armor, you're 180 points. 100 top, 120 bottom. Is right up there with the Heracles, which is sitting on 120 each, I think, or is it 100 each? Valkyrie. Heracles is 100 each. So yeah, and 120 front. So even more armor than the Heracles has in the Mercury. Your broadsides are 140 armor. It's just not easy to pick on.
Yeah. I was testing some of these fleets before in 16K
Mhm.
because I figure if I can take a 12K fleet into a 16K fight and still come out on top.
I mean, AI is just not very good. I can probably beat AI at 4-1 odds in a skirmish.
To be fair, it is AI. I was playing Unix mostly.
That's fair. Speaking of
I'm a little
Unix, though,
smart. I'm a little smarter than the AI.
Unix.
Slightly smarter today after losing 7 in a row.
That's fair. Okay, so Unix, what match? What is it exactly that you were wanting?
I wanted to go heavy battle star against modern base star. Mostly you can use other things. You feel free to use mines like you did last week. I just want to see if a new configuration fleet can slow down and prevent the way modern base stars win those confrontations by jumping above and raining down fire.
Okay, is this 16 or 12?
16.
Okay, am I
I've
just
been
doing
doing
that
12K.
same one that I had before?
I,
But
don't, I won't limit you to the same fleet. I would just say that the general parameters are 16K. You want 3 or 4 modern base stars and whatever else you want to bring to the party to take on something that's got at least 2 Mercuries in it.
3 or 4 modern base stars. Okay, that's fewer.
Yeah,
Because I had
I've
5.
been fighting. Okay, 5 is fine too. Recently, I've been playing one opponent the same match every day, twice a day, and I just finally broke through and won last night after a long streak of losing.
All right, we'll run this one that I've been running against you.
Okay, that's fine. At least I know I can't send my Raptors out to be suicide suicide recon because they're needed to deal with mines and stuff like that.
Do you want a particular map or just refinery or random?
That's random. Let's deal with circumstances that are beyond our control.
Okay.
All right, now what do I do with I was gonna, my replacement mouse just showed up, but it's not charged. Apparently has to be charged.
Boof.
Hello, by the way, to our viewers, Axagoras, that's Waggle, BSG 37, Commander Root, Ildalara, Cardawful Bauer, Mantool 2019, and Null White. Hello, all.
Okay, so the game is up.
Yes, lobby is up.
I don't have the stream open. I'm trying to do this by voice. All right, now I just gotta find the fleet. What the hell's the name? Oh, it's called. I think that's the fleet.
Holy cow.
Yes.
You just
That's the
now
fleet.
looking at what I'm bringing.
Yeah. Oh god.
All right, I'm ready. Are you ready?
I have readied up.
Okay. This is not the normal. Oh, how do you like the new handle, by the way? Mercury Actual.
I like it. It's good. Especially for how often you bring Mercuries.
I surprised Apolloco this morning. I didn't bring Mercury's to the first fight, and he was like, "Wait a minute."
That's a good photo there.
I know, I love this photo.
Yeah.
I think I actually
Mercuries.
took this one during one of the official streams. I don't remember when I took this one. I think it was during one of the official streams. This is actually, I think, this is like from mission 2 of the Armistice DLC, I think.
Oh, I haven't even gotten to the Armistice DLC. I'm stuck on Ghost Fleet Offensive right now because the current fleet that I'm bringing, first of all, I accidentally started a no death run, so I can't lose any ships.
Yeah, that's where that starts getting difficult to do.
Yeah, I got through like the first 2 campaigns with no problem, maybe 3, and then in the past couple DLCs and updates, it feels like raiders are just way more capable,
Hmm.
and I'm just struggling
You do
to.
start seeing a lot more raiders and fewer raider prototypes, which is one of the big differences that can be easy to miss. Plus, a lot more larger ships. So BSG 37 in chat here actually has an interesting idea. Anyone ever try a Battle of Midway style match? 3 Atlas and accompanying ships for the U.S. Navy side, 4 Atlas and ships for the Imperial Japanese Navy side. That is an interesting idea. That would be fun to try at some point.
I could get behind that.
I think I've
What kind of cruisers would you be bringing then, or I guess frigates?
I mean, you'd have Colonial. I'd say
In
you'd
terms
probably
of
run like
yeah.
if you treated your Heracles as the battleships and battle cruisers.
Right.
Um,
That's what I would do.
let's see. I don't.
In general, the rule is don't do anything I would do, though.
Oh wait, this doesn't need that. Okay.
This map is horrendous. I don't know if PCMs are going to work at all in it.
PCMs?
Oh, this map is
PCMs
great
are
for.
fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure you don't first turn volley me. So I'm just putting a couple PCMs out in front of the fleet. I just hope it works. Now that's going to go right through a ship and explode. Shoot.
The range on those things are insane.
On what, PCMs?
No, the modern base stars.
Yeah, and you tweak them for jumping. They can jump such a long way. They can just.
That's
That's what
I'm
he meant.
saying.
A
Yeah.
Mercury cannot chase it down without fighters.
No.
If you're in a.
You
Uh,
don't chase these
What
things with
can chase it
capitals.
down?
There's not
Artemis?
much.
I don't even think Artemis can chase him down.
Yeah, I would say you're probably looking at like Orions, Valkyries. Oof. Let's not say we did. Let's not say we did.
What are you considering doing?
I'm
You
just
know this PC.
being careful to not jump my Phobos into one of the modern base stars. It would be embarrassing in the extreme.
Yeah, more is expected of you than that, Mr. Z-Dog, sir.
Bloody embarrassment.
Okay, I'm ending the turn.
This is kind of an awkward map for how I like to play this fleet. Oof, 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 oof. Ow.
Oh, that hurts my soul a little bit.
Wow, what did you do?
I torpedoed almost all the front armor off one of my modern base stars.
Torpedoed something off one of my ships. I did not expect the quick jump, but I'm prepared for it.
Yes, modern base stars jump really early in the turn. Even earlier than Phobos.
Distribution complete.
That's right, you can't do that when you select non-missile ships. You gotta unselect the 2 ships.
I wonder what this game would be like if there was a player base the size of like World of Warcraft or League of Legends.
Distribution complete.
Considering doing something really stupid right now. But it might actually work in these circumstances because of what
Any
you've
stupider
done.
than jumping 5 medium base stars into short range of a Mercury?
No, that's pretty. I expected you to take a longer view than that, but yeah, this is a short-term stream, so I sort of figured you'd go for the quick victory. So, my
Nah,
bad.
it's just fun. I mean, I guess I built this fleet in mind. A quick victories, that's true.
Launching proximity munitions.
Yeah. Well, at least I don't have to worry about doing recon.
Not so much. Ooh, you haven't. Okay. It's an interesting.
Launching proximity munitions.
Yeah, it's an interesting layout. It's designed to take advantage of flak capabilities of the Jupiter.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I do like that. I feel. So I think the Jupiter that's for the pair of Mercuries, I would have more evenly heighted between the two Mercuries.
Yeah, I had problems initially with fighters not getting get out the tubes. I increased the distance and got them all out this time,
Yeah.
and last night too, as
I
well.
just mean like in terms of the vertical height difference, I bring that Jupiter up a little bit.
Yeah, probably right. It's not perfect yet,
and
but
probably bring the other Jupiter to be at the same height as that Mercury as well.
well, this is a detachable formation. The left and the right can turn away
Right.
and work independently.
But I just mean that like I'd keep that Jupiter that only flaks for one Mercury at the same height as Mercury is flacking for.
Yeah, it appeared to me, maybe I'm wrong, that the flak on the Jupiter 2 or Jupiter 1 is actually a little higher
Oh,
than
that could be.
the Battlestar, and that's why that's why you see those adjustments.
That's fair.
But you could definitely hide two Mercuries completely, proven by last night in a in a
What do you got? You
in
got
a
dual
in the
PCMs on the Ranger there. PCM
yeah.
torpedo on Celestra. Not sure how I feel about the torpedoes.
I can't get a lock on you because of the dust. That sucks.
Yep.
I can't get gun lock on any of the ships.
Well, I
that
imagine the
sucks.
rest are just out of range.
Oh, that map worked against me badly this time.
Projectiles bearing constant.
That is quite a beauty when they all fire off that.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so now I gotta set up my flak.
Confirmed.
Oh, those are dangerous.
What are?
Oh, the mines.
Yes.
Oh god. I ate it pretty hard in the last tournament because of those mines. Not
Yeah,
even to mention my own.
Kalnikas is very good with mines.
Calculating.
I was playing a Paul Looker.
He's pretty good with mines also, I'm told, but I've had him used against me, so I know for a fact that he's good.
Mines were particularly dangerous in the tournament because you had to capture points.
Yeah.
So you could just absolutely mine a point and then cap it. And then if they wanted to take that point, they had to pay dearly for it.
So what I'm doing here is I've landed the Raptors on Battlestar, so they have some armor between them and the enemy, and I'm still able to disarm mines. I don't know if that's a game bug, but I discovered it during the campaign about 6 months ago.
Sure. No, that's been reported. There is no intent to change that.
So they intended it that way, that it could actually work.
I don't know if it's intended per se, but there is no intent to change it.
Well, there's no intent to do anything to the game right now. It's frozen, feature complete.
It is feature complete, but like as far as whether or not that's regarded as a bug, there's no intent to change that behavior, whether it's a bug or not.
Interesting.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, 123 seconds left. This is turn 2, so there's no... Oh, God. God. Weapons. Possible weapons lock now. Okay.
The firewall boosting also makes it harder to hack you. Oh, do you only have... Oh, you did bring some ARPs and some Raptors. I see. Oh, okay. The Jupiters are
Yeah.
bringing Raptors. The Mercuries
Yeah.
are bringing ARPs. Okay.
That's just a matter of personal preference. Who do you want to bring what?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I made a mistake. Oh well.
I could use a mistake. I played you 7 times and I've won 0 times, although I almost won that propaganda by accident.
Yeah. Yeah, you were 1 point off, if I recall. Or maybe
Yeah,
I'm
1
thinking of a
point
different
off.
match.
I was wondering if I had actually annoyed you with that because you were so hard to read the subsequent games.
Nah. I have a reputation to uphold, I hear.
Okay, I got 43 seconds to decide what to do with my fighters. All on offense or nah.
Well, your fighters are
gun.
in gun range. You pretty much, of my fighters, you pretty much have to engage at this point.
Yeah, that's
Um,
what I figured as much.
Your Mercury,
question.
if it... You're going to end up slagging some of your ARP there, but if you flag it left, or actually you probably don't need to flag it because you've got the Jupiter to self-flag, so you can just let your Mercury help with the fighter battle once it's in range of the fighter battle.
That is the intention.
And then you're going to be working on swinging the rest of your fleet around to help with the fighter battle. Because you have to win the fighter battle or you won't catch them. Oh my god. Oh, how am I... Ow. So many wasted torpedoes. Well, still hit it at least, I guess.
You hit the flak. You're right, I have no choice but to engage the fighters, which I did do at the last second. I don't think the fighter battle's going to last long enough to swing my fleet around, though.
Probably not.
Oh,
By your command.
oh, that's a terrible mistake.
Calculating.
I didn't attach the assault raptors to a squadron. So they're not getting into the fighter battle. Oh, I gotta fix that right away. Take some points. This way I don't have to take hits on that. Get this guy down here right away. And so that makes that easy. Just attack the fighters. Pick the weakest one. Pretty strong still. Fortunately, the modern base stars don't have guns to contribute to the fighter battle, but the Phobos probably does.
Technically. But only technically.
Phobos is not going to be a factor in the fighter battle, then I have a chance then.
Yeah, the Phobos has 2 medium guns on top and 1 light gun on the back. Yeah, it's... I think even its rear gun is bottom mounted. Yeah, its rear gun is bottom mounted, so it can't really shoot up. It's only a light gun anyway, like...
It's not very effective is what you're telling me.
Okay, so the Nemesis is less poorly gun armed than, or is even more poorly gun armed than the Phobos is, but I think even a Manticore probably has more gun power than a Phobos does.
Oh, without a doubt.
Because it has 2 light guns on rear instead of 1, and the 1 Corvette cannon can probably outpunch the 2 mediums of a Phobos.
Got it. All right. I'm now trying to
Yeah,
set up.
what makes an Arachne scary is the fact that it can put 5 medium guns on a target, but it only has 3 on top. This only has 2 on top. And no front guns that it can add in like an Arachne can. Phobos, not a gun threat. You would need 3 Phobos to even approach a single Berserk, or to even be equivalent to a single Berserk.
Mm-hmm.
You don't bring a Phobos for its guns. Hacking, jump, and its single fast-loading munition slot. That's why you
Interesting
bring
that
a
you
Phobos.
chose. It's interesting you chose to target the Ranger. You must think it's a threat if you're targeting it.
I mean,
He's
dual
just-
PCMs.
Yeah, well, one of the PCMs is being used to explode some of your munitions. Hopefully, he'll survive the turn. But he's kind of an accessory.
He'll
It
survive that.
Doesn't need him to win.
Well,
Okay. Let's see here. Fighter battle's all set, so it's time to end turn and see if my air instructions were adequate.
Phobos hull compromised.
Phobos looks like he's having a rough day.
he's not enjoying being in gun range. Honestly, I should really just stop diving with Phobos.
People away from your base stars. Homing cluster mine. Disarm. Does it make any difference to actually try and do it the same mine twice?
To do what?
Disarm the same mine twice if you only have one mine to disarm.
No. It won't do you any good.
So I'm a little concerned with the Vespid bombers there. I think that's what those are.
They're a slight concern, but I don't
Oh,
really have enough of them.
those are my assault raptors. Yeah, I'm concerned with my assault raptors. I'm concerned they're going to turn around and shoot at me.
You're concerned that the Vespids are going to turn around and shoot at you?
No, Vespid I probably smoked last turn, but I saw an assault raptor in the same location the Vespid was the previous turn. I thought, oh, he's going to shoot me. No, he was me. My guys aren't going to shoot me. They don't hate me that much, even though I'm known as
not that much.
Target acquired.
Suicide Recon, the Commander Suicide Recons by the pilots. Because I often use Raptors until I start needing them for mines. I often use Raptors like that just to make sure they actually do recon, have them board a Cylon ship. It's not a...
Gotcha.
You recruit your staff for that kind of position by offering good life insurance policies.
6, 9, 10, 11. You have 9 7s and 4 2s.
How are your squadrons holding up?
They're okay. It's still early. I have 20 moderns. Yeah, this is going to be probably in your favor, I think.
That's why I squeezed
We'll
the
see.
third Mercury, and the only reason he exists is not for firepower. It's for Vipers.
Yeah.
The most cost-efficient way to get Mark 7s in, because Valkyries, although they're fun, are not cost-efficient ways to get fighters into it.
No, well, especially because their evasion is not as good as the evasion you get out of the Mercuries, and you lose the extra squadron repair speed. Yeah.
I've noticed that my Valkyrie-based squadrons don't perform well, and if I've got 2 Valkyries just for fighters, I find a way to turn it into a Mercury most of the time.
Yeah.
Phobos hull compromised. Squadron is offline.
Bonus, Phobos dies.
Subsystems
Not quite.
Oh, that Phobos is just hanging in for dear life. Holy crap.
11 hull points. He's still pretty strong.
By your command.
Oh, and he only has his top armor deteriorated. Yeah, that Phobos is escaping without a doubt, dude.
No, he's not.
Probably. We'll see.
Throws fighter battle to kill Phobos.
No, I'm not going to waste fighters on it. I got 2 assault raptor squadrons with missiles.
Yeah.
That'll probably
Distribution
kill him.
complete.
I hope it does anyway.
Distribution complete.
It's really nice that assault raptor can both fire missiles and paint in the same turn
And shoot.
Distribution complete.
and shoot. But he keeps pointing at the. I don't need any help taking out a Phobos. I need help taking out. Oh, Modern Raider at 22. That's definitely a victim waiting to happen.
Systems have been updated.
Okay, so try something new here. I didn't try against the other guy. Oh, turning off flak, you should do it 1 ship at a time, right? Because there's a bug.
Yes. Yes. Turning off, always do it 1 at a time.
Calculating.
Check the fleet with PCMs, but I hate bringing weapons back to the depot. Depot sergeants, they just think too much of themselves, even in the Israeli army. All right, let's see how the turn turns out.
Yeah, I think you're probably going to win the fighter battle, and then you'll...
Projectiles bearing constant.
Oh,
My
I
stars
forgot to-
go. Oh, they're behind and under me.
Compromised.
Well, at least they didn't shoot me.
Yeah,
Bye,
I forgot
Phobos.
to launch another volley of torps at you.
You forgot?
Yeah. It does happen. It does happen.
By the Z-Dog. I can't believe that kind of mistake could affect you.
It's depressingly often.
It doesn't get any better when you get older, too.
Yeah.
I'm actually have work running in the background because I
Howdy.
3 times ran a report and came out with the same data for every machine on patching, which is not possible.
Gotta love that.
Patches are due for, well, hell did I just do there?
Confirmed.
Good. Into defense mode. Just selected that. So, no clues as to what Black Lab is working on next?
A week from Tuesday, they will tell us.
Still hoping for a Battlestar sequel, second Civil War
I can
scenario?
tell you it won't be that.
Oh,
that
no
much I
Battlestar
know.
at all?
It won't be Battlestar.
So it's just too tight with the IP now that they've got a new show coming out.
It could be that, or it could just be that they're just not bothering, or not doing one now in general.
Yeah, it's
Am
just a
I
small
actually
crew.
winning this fighter brawl? Maybe.
Doing okay. You're doing pretty well in the fighter battle.
Yeah, looks like I am actually winning it at the moment. That could still change.
Yep, it could still change. I still got enough fighters to do the job.
Yeah, and you've got, like, even if I win, you have so many PDCs, I still may not be able to actually do enough.
Take out the entire fleet. Yeah. If I can maintain flak, you can't take this fleet apart any way I know. So
Well,
this game
especially
really
not
does need
with
a way to.
modern base stars, which are completely devoid of guns.
Yeah. I hope I don't badly lose the fighter battle, because that would be bad also.
Yes, if you
Oh,
lose
there
it
goes
badly.
There goes the ranger. He's dead.
Can't the Ranger outmaneuver torpedoes?
Yes,
Those
this
weren't all
has
good.
been
Calculating.
Unix/Mercury Actual not sufficiently maneuvering his
Confirmed.
Ranger, and me
Oops.
capitalizing on that.
Yeah.
Thought you were aiming at the battle stars.
You gotta wait for that one mistake and then capitalize on it, right?
Yeah.
Accessory, but an important accessory. Try and win the fighter battle, but we are not winning.
Yeah, you
It's not a question.
need to be more aggressive about getting your capitals into play.
Yeah, you're right. Which is a problem with this
You focus
configuration.
so much on self-flacking, you forget that they can flack normally.
Yep. That's probably too late to affect the outcome because it's too far away right now.
Yeah, I mean, you've got that one Mercury and maybe that nearest Jupiter that can shoot, but mostly it's down to that one Mercury.
Well, we'll try and tell them to help.
And especially since, I cannot oppose you advancing with your ships.
I've got missiles. And
I
you
have
can jump and
torpedoes.
surround. You got torpedoes, and you can jump and surround me. I can't
Right.
defend that many directions. That's why the
Right.
formation exists.
Right, so if you want to kind of try and advance close to being a self-flak, or at least able to flak in multiple directions, but that
Yeah, that I
doesn't
can
mean
do.
you shouldn't advance into the fighter battle once it's fixed in this situation, because, like, if I end up winning this fighter battle without having a large number of fighters, it's basically a draw. You won't be able to catch me, I won't be able to kill you.
True. So maybe I'll take 105 seconds I have left, make some moves, and try and do something. I don't know. I don't know what. There's not much to do right now. This is a it works or it doesn't configuration.
Yeah, well, and I mean, you're down to, it looks like 4 squadrons of fighters,
Yep. And you've
all
got
of
like
which
6
have
or
already
so.
taken at least some damage. This is pretty much already a decided fighter battle. Like, you're too far gone to save your remaining fighters, either by retreating them or bringing your capital ships in.
I don't even know how to retreat fighters. I've never successfully done that. They just get killed faster.
You have them closer than they are now. The big way to recall fighters successfully is you have them pretty close to the ship they need to recall to.
Yeah, well, that's not going to happen.
This is
time.
where Gorgons and Defenders are nice for their covering PDCs and relatively high speed to be able to stay near the fighter battle wherever, or near the fighters, so they can, be there to show up.
So do defenders have really good PDCs then?
Yes.
So
pretty good.
Defender
Short range.
base accuracy is the same as Colonial base accuracy. However, they do have a slightly better than Colonial base posture bonus. That is to say, they get more bonus accuracy per point of posture than the Colonial standard.
Gotcha.
It's not as good as like the Mercury or the Berserk's accuracy bonus, but it's, better. And so you can definitely use that. They do have, as Unix mentioned, they have a shorter range by Celestra.
Starting to maneuver the fleet a little bit. A little late.
It is a little late. By the way,
Late.
the warning about the Ranger should be outmaneuvering torpedoes. The Celestra should have been doing that too.
Yeah, I should have just moved them every turn. Well, next time they will. They didn't have to do it
Yeah,
last time he wasn't targeted.
always full dive climb if you don't have flak protection.
Fair enough. That's an easy thing to do. It doesn't take more than 2 seconds to ship.
Yeah.
Dust's killing me. I'm not getting good targets on these fighters at all.
No, it's too far away.
In range, but I'm not getting lock.
Oh, that might be the Dust Nebula.
Squadron is offline.
Gassed in the fighter war are losing, and you got enough fighters to tear me up too.
Confirmed.
Yep.
If you like PDCs, which I'm sure you do. Yeah, I got no fighters left at all, pretty much. So let's just aim the PDCs at these guys and see if we can tear them up.
Oh, what?
I am gonna lose.
Oh no! I apparently had a collision that I didn't get a warning about.
What was it?
Was this a
what
double
collided?
collision?
What collided?
Oh, jeez. Oh no. Okay. One of my base stars managed to collide with two of my other base stars.
Oh, that's nice of you. And you any of them completely explode, or?
No, but this one's not in good shape.
But
And
it'll
I may get
regenerate.
another collision here if I'm not careful.
Good ship
By
target
your
that.
command.
Right. Turn off that turn because we've got
It's also
distance.
not
We
in
have
good
time to
shape.
keep- I'm sorry.
Calculating.
No, you're not. Don't lie.
Winning a mistake. I mean, your opponent has to make some mistakes if you're gonna win, but totally avoidable rookie mistakes. That's not a fun way to win.
I mean, that wasn't. That was.
Yeah, I guess jumping. I don't know how to jump base stars, so I can't judge how complicated that operation is.
Pretty complicated if you want to do it.
Yeah, we'll shoot at
In
this
close
guy.
proximity
Oh
to
my
each
gosh.
other. This is
It looks
mostly
like
just base stars are large and really shouldn't be trying to maneuver this close to each other, but I'm doing it anyway because I feel like it.
It looks like the 405 freeway after an accident in California.
On a snowy
It's
day.
really bad. Well, it doesn't snow in California, but
That's
that part
fair,
of
yeah.
California anyway, SoCal. But yeah, you understand what I'm going for there.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so I'll do that. All right, I'll continue to turn these guys around and get them a better shot at your fighters. Blocking important is real case.
So one of the things you can
Got guns.
do to complete a self-flacking turn faster is you have the ship that's on the outside of the turn stay in neutral posture.
Oh, really? Thank you.
Yeah, because that'll
I definitely.
then you won't lose any movement speed for posture. You, self-flacking pairs, the turn is too tight to put the ship on the outside on boost, unless you're putting them both on boost and taking a fairly broad turn. But if you want a sharp turn, have the ship on the outside, stay in neutral posture. You'll be able to complete the turn a little bit faster that way.
Okay, it's fine. I don't have time to do it this turn. Only 13 seconds.
Especially in situations like this where you don't need a whole lot of flak power and there's not necessarily anything in gun range anyway.
What did you arm your base stars with?
Torpedo and a mine.
Confirmed.
All right. Do you want to do the slow picking apart of by fighters, or do you want to call it here?
What are we going to call it? A draw?
So this will be a win for me eventually. You don't have any debris mines. Probably, I mean, I guess we could play it out a little bit. You have a lot of PDCs.
Let's fight that with at least another turn or two.
Yeah, sure. It's going to be more than a turn or two just because I have some repairs to commence with.
Okay, so which way do I want to turn?
By your command.
You'll be the inside ship, so you don't have to do anything. You just turn.
All right, I'm out. Later, y'all.
See ya.
I never realized you actually there were instructions how to do flak pair turning.
There's no specific instructions. That's just good advice of how to do a turn while staying in formation.
Not that important. I can do one side flak while I'm turning. We just put those
The big
both
problem
back
with
towards
doing, or one of the big complications with doing self-flak turns with Mercuries is because their flak field is so small. As they roll for the turn, the ship on the inside will roll its flak up out of the ship on the outside.
That's brilliant. That's why I don't. That's why I'm using the Jupiter. It provides a margin of error.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen anybody else do what I've done here?
I've talked about doing it. I have not done it yet.
Just wondering if I invented something. I'd feel really good about myself if I invented something.
You're the first person I've seen to do it. How about that? But I've talked about it.
That may not make me smart. That may make me really stupid, but whatever.
I mean, I think it's still a pretty solid idea.
Won last night.
Yeah.
Against a very good player.
The big problem with doing it with a Jupiter 1 instead of a Jupiter 2 is the Jupiter 1 is missing a lot of Battlestar artillery compared to a Mercury, as well as a decent bit of armor.
So he doesn't hold up as well. I don't see a way.
He's not going to hold up as well. He's not going to contribute as much.
Well, I could do it with MK5s, but I have to give up the PCM.
Mark 5?
But I clearly.
You mean Jupiter 2s? Yeah.
Jupiter 2s, Mark 2s.
Yeah, and that's probably not
better.
Worthwhile.
No, to go with Jupiter 2s?
Yeah, like, I would probably stick to the Jupiter ones. It's just something to remember.
The Battlestar artillery is not as good on the bottom, right?
The bottom or really the front is kind of the big issue. Because you do only have 6 Battlestar artillery on bottom, but it's that you only have 2 in the front, as opposed to the Jupiter 2, which has a full 8, or the Mercury, which has an amazing 10.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that would definitely make it worth doing Jupiter 2 and giving up the PCMs. So you always put PCMs on some of the ships. They just don't reload as fast.
Mm-hmm.
Well, technically, if you have them paired in Mercury and Jupiter 1 pairs, you already have a quite substantial forward firepower and bottom
Yes.
firepower as well.
Yeah, I
So
mean, it's
technically,
still
if
12
you
Battlestar artillery facing forward between the two of them. Um,
exactly, and if you can add some PCMs to have better anti-missile protection to drop flak more often, or if you have enough points to spare to fit in a Celestra, for example, then definitely that's the way to go.
right. Um, plus the Jupiter in terms of fighter complement, the Jupiter 1 is just as good as the Jupiter 2. You're only missing out a single support slot, which, I mean, yeah, missing out that support slot sucks, but it's not the end of the world. Um,
I'll try it
so
both
it's
ways,
going to
see how
kind
it
of
turns
depend
out.
on what the rest of your fleet looks like.
I'll try it out and see. I'll try it both ways. Build 2 fleets, see which one performs better. That's the way I usually do it.
Sure.
I've got no shortage of people willing to fight me in this fleet. They think it's really fun to beat the crap out of me.
It's a very challenging fleet when you have 5 heavy battle stars. Like this is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Even if I was running, 10 Heracles or like 6 Heracles and 4 Minervas, whatever the max points comes out to, that sort of thing. Even if I was running just full gun craziness, this would still be a challenge.
Well, I'm going to try a version with the Mark II because I might get better performance against guns. And I was surprised how often I had to use guns last night. I figured it was all going to be fighters.
At the very least, that the Jupiter that's having to flak for 2, you might consider making it. The Jupiter 2 has just
Yeah, it could
ever
be
so slightly bigger flak. Plus, it will give you 2 Raptors to put on each of those Mercuries.
I'll let you know what I decide. I'll send you a direct message when I get it done.
Okay, sounds good.
Try not to overuse the communications channels. I know you have a job besides this. Let's put it that way. So do I.
Yep.
By your command.
All right, I've actually successfully turned around the larger half of the fleet.
Yeah. The problem now, of
And
course, is the
my
fact that the fighters aren't there anyway.
So
Yeah, this is
make it start to.
mostly now I guess you want to get out of the debris cloud and climb so I can't get above you.
You can get above me with modern base star jumping, unless you badly damage.
Oh yeah,
your
I'll get
internal
above you
systems
eventually
down.
anyway, but the longer you can put it off, the better.
All right. Well, if somebody else wants to come along and you want to disconnect, that's fine with me. This was intended as entertainment filler, not main content. Okay, stop that. But it was an entertaining fleet, wasn't it?
Yes, no, I do like this. Honestly, the fleet I'm bringing here is a little spam cheesy.
It's pretty. The only thing that he brought that you didn't bring was the three revenants, and they're a pain. If you have a fighter battle into the revenants, you lose.
At the large scale, yeah, Cerastes and Revenants start really providing excellent bang for your buck, just because they end up sticking around for so long unopposed.
Yep. Someone's sending me a ping. I think to me. I think the people are bored. They want to move on.
All right. Well, if you would like, I will give you the victory and be the one that drops out.
I guess that's okay. Make me feel better about myself.
All right, go ahead and hit end turn here, and then I will drop out. Induction says he is ready for a match.
Yeah, it'd be more interesting than this. This thing needs this one needs some work.
Oh, so I So I suppose no chance for me. Damn.
This
You
one's
should have
ending.
spoken up. You heard Unix offer.
Yeah, I almost sort of heard it. Yeah.
Okay, we're out. Thank you, Z-Dog. You're a gracious competitor.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate your
Oh.
time today.
I'm happy to talk about this stuff. This stuff is awesome.
Well, I won last night, so I didn't need to prove it. But the fact that you like it makes it worth pursuing. I'll keep a couple versions of this fleet, and I'll continue to use it until the guy I'm playing against twice a day figures out how to beat it.
All right.
Thank you for your time, sir.
You're very welcome. All right. I'm going to run this fleet again, I think. This one is a lot of fun. I think we're going to run this. Create. Lazy 240 seconds. 12K. Random map annihilation. Alright, I have pinged induction that the lobby is up.
Exact same size.
Thank you for the follow. I think that's actually Warhawk that followed me. Hello and welcome. It looks like WPFID 5555 is new. I don't think I said hi to you earlier. And hello as well to Casino Thanks, I believe is new. Axagoras, I don't think you were here earlier, or maybe you were, but hello and welcome. Bing Cortana, hello. Hello. Hopefully Induction comes in to join us here real soon. Let's see, while we're waiting. So BSG 37 talked about doing a Battle of Midway style with 3 Atlas and accompanying versus 4 Atlas and accompanying. Oh, he doesn't have a 12K fleet. So let's see, 3 Atlas versus 4 Atlas. Battle of Midway. Probably do like a 12K. Though you could do like a full 16K, but I'd do it 12K. Because we're going without any battle stars. You'd have a hard time filling out 16K. Actually, I don't
Perhaps
think you
3
could fill out
Cerberus versus
16K.
4.
What's that?
I think 3 Cerberus versus 4 Cerberus would be more accurate because you have bombers and fighters there, so it would
That's true.
be
You do
more, I
get
think, accurate.
a more true bomber versus the ARPs, which
Last Serbs are a bit more squishy, so you would actually see the impact of the bombing runs. Against Atlas, it would take some time, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the carriers end up a little bit squishier. Also aren't as heavily armed. Of course, then you basically are stuck with, I guess it's, you have Revenants and Nemesis and stuff. I don't know. I mean, the game is so. I mean, certainly BSG. A lot of it is inspired by World War II naval style of aircraft carriers really coming to rise and fighter dominance.
That's what Roger D. Moore tried to
Yeah,
create.
but
He says that on the Blu-ray version that he talks a lot on.
a lot of the ships that we have in the game are these hybrid Battlestar carriers sort of thing, where you have a fighter and you don't have cruisers, or at least not a lot of variety of cruisers. I mean, you have like Minotaur,
Tar,
Ranger, Revenant,
Ranger. What's the
Janus.
Heracles? What's it considered? Cruiser?
Heracles, I would call either a battle cruiser or a battleship.
Hmm.
There's no exact correlation there.
I think we should do a contest and set up a midway battle with two of our best players. One playing the Japanese, one playing the Americans.
Yeah.
Could be all colonial if you want, because to make the weapon system similar.
Yeah, you'd probably want to do Colonial Mirror just because Cylons don't have a lot of variety for doing that otherwise.
I can't see how it would work with Cylons, even based on my limited knowledge.
Yeah, because I mean, the Cylons, you've got Revenant, Cerastes, Nemesis, Revenant, Cerastes, Nemesis. Everything else is going to bring fighters. Oh, I guess you could also do like a Medusa. That's weird.
Yeah,
I
it
wouldn't
wouldn't
do
work.
Medusa.
Colonial v colonial. That's
So I
the way
guess
to
you
go.
get, well, okay. So a Nemesis would be like a torpedo destroyer, a Cerastes would be like a gun destroyer, a Revenant would be a cruiser. That'd be okay. You're missing any battleships.
And my new mouse. It's lovely how they send you a mouse from China with no instructions. Charge it. How to get the driver to work right. Windows plug
So
and
yeah,
play.
or
Right?
you could play Colonials where you get Manticore, couple of different missile cruiser options, a Minotaur for a gun cruiser, and then the Heracles for a battle cruiser. I'd probably, yeah, that would be interesting, especially if you did like non-mirror match. That would be fun. That might be fun to do next. Okay, I need to grab my fleet. There's that one. Oh, he disconnected. Hopefully he comes back. He's typing.
Pray tell, what is he typing?
He said, I DC'd.
Okay.
Not a problem. We can just rehost.
Tell you, Z-Dog, I played this game from an international flight for like 8 hours in a row.
Oh my lord.
I wasn't sleepy. I just slept all day Saturday.
Yeah, were you heading out to Israel or somewhere else?
Heading from Israel back to Newark. I had business class. I had room for the computer, so...
Wait, did you have a direct
just,
from Israel to Newark?
Yeah, before the pandemic, El Al had 2 a day, and United had 4 a day to the U.S. 1 to Washington, 1 to San Francisco, 2 to Newark.
Our trip, we stopped over in Germany, I think it was.
Yeah, mostly it's El Al and United competing in that market, and there's no market right now. They closed their airspace.
Oh no, actually, I take that back. No, we stopped in Toronto, I think it was. But
Where?
I think our layover was in Toronto, where we switched planes. I think it was in Toronto, not Germany.
Air Canada flies a lot of flights to Israel from Toronto.
Yeah.
But the biggest player in the market for the pandemic was United. Now they're practically the only player in the market. But the market was closed. The government
Yeah.
decided to close the airspace for 7 days last week to stop the spread of the new COVID. It didn't work, but
BSG 37 says Heracles would be a battleship similar to the Iowa or Massachusetts classes with the flak fields. Only side with battleships at Midway was the Imperial Japanese Navy, who also had more ships where the U.S. Navy was more ragtag.
yeah, because they sunk most of our battleships 6 months earlier.
Yeah. Bit of an edge there.
Kind of ruined your day if you're a battleship on in Pearl Harbor on December 7th.
Okay, there we go. There's induction again. Ready up. There we go. I don't remember who had what battleships. Let's see. Midway. Let's not grab the film. Not interested at the moment. I should watch that film at some point, but
It's definitely worth watching. I saw it about a year ago in someone's home theater.
Wikipedia, tell me more. Not about. There we go. Battle of Midway.
Okay.
Okay. First fleet. Oh, here we go. So the Japanese had 4 fleet carriers, 2 battleships, 2 heavy cruisers, 1 light cruiser, 12 destroyers. Holy cow. Yeah, you couldn't recreate that. The U.S. had 3 fleet carriers, 7 heavy cruisers, 1 light cruiser, 15 destroyers. That would be interesting to try and do. If you had like one side play Cylons and one play Colonials or something. I'm not sure. We'll pencil it out later. We'll try some ideas around that after this. Okay.
By your command.
Oof. Okay. Gonna have to think here a little bit.
Okay, gotta go, guys.
Have a good one.
Good luck with the good luck with the enemy fleet. Bye.
Bye.
Let's skip that. Do that.
Systems have been updated. Systems have been updated. Systems have been updated. Systems have been updated.
A lot of systems being updated.
Being updated.
Let's do like so.
Distribution complete.
Probably gonna forget that later. Okay.
Confirmed. Calculating. Confirmed. Confirmed.
He is way far back. Is he deployed, I think, in the middle, or maybe even the back line of his deployment zone?
When I played against him, that's where he's set up.
Oh, you played against this guy?
Yes.
Okay.
A dozen times. We had
Yeah.
some very big Mercury battles. He likes to enhance them with Celestras.
That's
I mean,
fair.
really enhance them.
Yeah, he does. He is on his back line here.
That
Bit of
gives
a
time
weird
for the Celestra stuff to
formation.
work. The last time I succeeded at defeating him, I did it by crashing into his fleet before he was buffed up.
Distribution complete. Confirmed.
Stream still there?
Yep, still here.
Excuse me. I took the that fleet you saw in the battle against me into Anabasis
Yeah,
and got through 5 levels without having to launch a fighter.
nice.
It's the Anabasis normal.
Projectiles bearing constant.
Eventually it sent 3
Proximity munition.
revenants to force me into a gun battle, and I had to break formation and deal with them. But next turn I went back in formation and
By your
again
command.
did it without fighters.
Nice.
It's hard because
Mhm.
it's always one fighter squadron that doesn't want to land on time. You don't want to jump away without them.
Yeah. And you get a bit of time before they actually do the jump, but you're never sure just how much.
In Anabasis, the way to work, best the fighters work close to their battle star when possible. But sometimes it's necessary for them to work to keep people away from your battle star because it's protecting your your repair ship or your supply ship.
Mm-hmm.
You have to make these decisions with split second. The only advantage I guess you get in Anabasis is there's no turn timers.
Yeah.
That would be rude. It would be more realistic.
Oh, are we gonna get broken disarm? Looks like.
Confirmed.
Oh, I forgot. start dropping these out the door, can't I?
Launching proximity munitions.
I don't play this fleet enough.
Hostile unit identified.
It's a very interesting fleet there. Apparently this war driver just isn't going to be able to successfully disarm anything, which is spectacular.
Calculating.
And yeah, so that's a Celestra in the back, because we can see his buffed armor.
You're gonna have a hard time with him.
By your command. By your command. Updating squadron dynamic.
ARP's probably, if they haven't already ID'd this Cerberus, they will soon. I am not perturbed. He has no guided munitions anyway. So let's see. He'll have 3, 6, 9 fighters total. Okay. That should be fine. We can work with that. So let's keep moving our bomber strike in. Covering fighters. Start laying our virus mine field.
Calculating.
See if that'll at least get rid of the stupid line. So if I can knock out these berserks, his vipers will lose a lot of evasion. So that'd be pretty good if I can knock those out. I'm probably... Yes, so we're gonna end up tying up his fighters here. Nice little softening, and 2, 4, yes, all those nukes are getting through as well. Not sure if he realizes his hangar's in front and he doesn't really want to take those hits on the nose, but I'm happy to let him.
Calculating.
Got atlases?
No.
Oh, on the berserks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not as affected. Everybody knows.
Okay, so you two are gonna bomb this guy. You two are gonna bomb this guy. Nope. Sorry, take that back. You're gonna bomb this guy. You two are bombing this guy. Ooh, this is just all kind of broken. Let's try this again. One at a time here. No, it just really wants to... Okay, well, that's fine. You have a bomb order issued. You have a bomb order issued. You have... Okay. So... Now...
Confirmed.
Can we get Virus Mine up into this fight? Not really.
Launching proximity munitions.
We'll have a tactical jump we can reposition with next turn. That'll let us get our Virus Mines up. Let's get another PCM out.
Calculating.
He has no guided munitions anyway. We're just going to send
Target
all of our
acquired.
war drivers in.
Calculating. Squadron is offline.
Right side, and right side. Okay, he did manage to not take those hits on a surface he didn't really want them to land on. However, good, 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 good. Okay, cool. You can start dropping these right into the fight now without having to reposition.
By your command.
not sure what he's doing with these Minotaurs. But we're going to end up deleting 2 of them on our next reload here. Haven't used nukes in a while. Do they have splash damage if the target ship is close range to another in a formation? Regular nukes do, and in fact the blast radius the amount of splash they do even got increased in the last patch. So they are formidable at that task. I am using cluster nukes, which trade off splash damage for higher damage, speed, and the fact that it splits into submunitions. So, yeah. Oof. Taking some hits. And of course that's not the one that we're machine learning. I probably should have carefully set it so that I'd be machine learning the ones in front. But I didn't, so... yeah.
Calculating.
Next turn we'll have nukes.
Confirmed.
Let's see, so he should be pretty well jammed up on his fighters with all of the war drivers and stuff going on here now, plus the virus mines. So we should win that pretty solidly at this point. This bottom one is probably going to survive just because it's only going to have one bomber actually survive to get to it. This one is going to die. One. No, my lord. Yep, there it goes. Oh, geez, he's got his right side exposed to me. Will it die? Yes, it does die. He gave me right side armor instead. That was a mistake. You're still dropping bombs. You're still dropping bombs. You are done. You are done. You are done. So you, and you can return.
Command.
You. Both nukes on the Minotaurs this time. At a guess, we're still not going to quite kill these things off, but I'm okay with that. We're just going to keep doing a bunch of reliable, solid damage. Pulled that one away. Not sure why. Oh, he's probably gonna try and knock out some of my Vespids. Of course, all my modern raiders are already dead. I think I've killed off most of these. Vipers anyway. But that's okay. Let's see. I think we're gonna go for a climbing strategy here. Let's actually... This is gonna put us in front, but... I think... Can we maybe get out here and hack this guy? That virus mine obviously not gonna hack through Mercury very quickly, but if it can start softening up that firewall...
Squadron is offline. By your command.
It looks like he's actually pulling away this? Did he maybe try issuing a defend order instead of an attack order?
Calculating. Launching proximity munitions.
What does he got left here? He's got a couple of those. Got all three of these. Still very much in that fight. But we do have more nukes on the way to these Minotaurs. Though he's not effectively using the broadside guns of the Minotaurs. Not that big a deal.
By your command. Confirmed.
We're gonna redress our lines here. Redress the ranks. How are we doing on evasion here on these guys? You're not getting boosted. You've got a few extra points. You've got actually a lot of extra points. Not sure what you got hit by, but gonna try and take these guys straight over the top of that flak and then have them come down. Because if they do a return order right now, they'll go straight through that flag. Of course, if he's smart, he would roll right. That would let him shoot his guns there while still keeping this flag interposed. We'll head over there and then come in.
Projectiles bearing constant.
Oh, okay. So he flipped the flak. That didn't really make any sense to do. These guys were already well out of that flak range. Yep, we're not going to quite knock this out, but, you know, they're getting that much more beat up for the next time. These guys can both return now. Look at all this evasion. Getting close to maxing out evasion on that one. You guys, we need to turn off that fire control so we can get stuff repaired.
Systems have been
So we can get it
updated.
back out the door. Fighter battle. Cleaned up. We're done. Or he's recalled? got an ARP here. But that's it. He's got this. That's a Viper 1. Has to be from one of the Berserks then? 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 1. Okay. That Viper 1 belongs to that. I don't care. He still has these 2 squadrons. He is about to try and flak me. Here's what we're going to do. You, and you go return to your
Confirmed.
carriers. And you guys, you're just going to come try and
Confirmed.
finish that up. That'll pull them up out of the flak. I'm just going to reissue that return order to
By your
these guys,
command.
because of course hitting group 1 will have reassigned them back to attacking. Now, as far as this goes, so this is getting hacked. Is he sending this on a scouting run? Is that what's going on here? Interesting. Bonus firewall.
Confirmed. By your command. Confirmed.
Yes, so there's that flak. You're returning, good. You're returning, good. Actually, let's go ahead and leave their jamming fields on just in case he tries to give chase again. We're gonna go ahead and machine learning that other guy.
Squadron
Might as
dynamic.
well. I was up to 25 points of evasion. Very nice.
Launching proximity munitions.
Okay. There we go. So we can kind of carve these up some more with the fighters. This one's taking it like a champ. This guy's having a rough day though. Honestly, I don't want to go into that, so we're just gonna kill this guy. How's this thing's firewall doing? Oh my word. Okay, these guys are almost back. Got a nice 6 points of evasion on that one. Very nice.
Calculating. By your command.
We're gonna creep this guy closer, and what we'll do is when those nukes reload, we'll jump that turn.
Projectiles bearing constant.
Maybe we can surprise him with some nukes while he's being distracted by the fighters. Let's add to that distraction. Okay, let's relaunch our bombers. I feel a little bad. I feel like he doesn't know how to properly defend against Vespids. But, eh.
Gorgon hull compromised. By your command. Updating squadron dynamic.
Alright.
By your command.
You're gonna hack him. Alright, there we go.
Launching proximity munitions.
Cerberus.
Gorgon hull compromised.
There we go. We're getting this. Losing its fire control. Here comes the nukes.
Calculating.
If he intercepts the nukes, that's okay. Throw one more virus mine onto this thing. We're gonna lose this Gorgon. We just got it too close.
Calculating.
Fortunately, this is about to be in a world of hurt. It may not die. 350 or so damage? Yeah, it's not going to die, but it's going to be in a world of hurt. This thing's also going to be in a world of hurt with 2 nukes coming on it. So if I could do another Deadlock title for a different sci-fi, would my title of choice... What would my title of choice be and why? Ooh, So Star Trek doesn't really have the fighter combat that this so nicely brings to play. So I wouldn't want to do Star Trek, as tempting as that is.
Cerberus hull
Yeah,
compromised.
look at that. He's having his fighters on interception duty. He's gonna knock out most, if not all of these. Most, maybe not even most. What is it? Oh, go back and repair, please. Yep, just barely surviving.
By your command.
We did lose the one Gorgon there. Unfortunate. It would have otherwise been a perfect match, and there wasn't any strong need to get that close, but that's okay. This thing has gotten its firewall back up. I'm not quite sure. I think he's been boosting, actually. We'll see. Doop, 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 doop.
Confirmed.
So yeah, Star Trek tempting, but doesn't take good advantage of the fighter play. Star Wars could be interesting. It's not. I'm not sure it's a hard enough I mean, obviously BSG, not super hard sci-fi, but I'm not sure Star Wars meets even the fairly minimal hardness requirement needed, right? Oh, unhandled status. Because I tried having them return to a dead carrier. Now they'll return properly. You guys, I don't really need you off chasing that. Go ahead and kill this Celestra. Or, you know what? Yeah, go ahead and kill the Celestra. We'll kill the Mercury with the bombers. I want to do that.
By your command.
Go ahead and kick those back
By
out the
your
door.
command.
Your
Repair
engineering is
sequence
shot
initiated.
up. You do not need this tech bay anymore.
Systems have been updated. Calculating.
You could do something like with the Expanse. That could be interesting. Mm, but honestly, I think probably the one I'd most like to see be like on our Harrington series. If you're familiar with that, I think that would be really cool. Oh, nice. We got this guy's armory knocked down too. Beautiful.
By your command.
Let's go ahead and drop another virus mine on him and a virus mine on this guy to start hacking down his firewall as well.
Target acquired.
Yeah, I think Honor Harrington would probably be the one that I would do a title like this for. That would benefit a lot. Okay. Cancel your hack. And this guy, hack his fire control.
Calculating.
We'll have nukes soon.
Confirmed. Proximity munition detected.
Ooh. Game lockup. There we go. Kick these two out the door. We're going to send these three up to here. Not that they're going to be what kills it anyway.
Calculating.
Get that navigation repaired. You got nukes. You got nukes. Let's just right click, fire munitions.
Subsystem is operational.
All right.
By your command.
Goodbye, Mr. Anderson.
Calculating. Projectiles bearing constant.
I guess I forgot to set my machine learning here, but I don't think it's going to matter. Key wrench. Ooh, 1200 damage from cluster nukes. That's rough. That's rough. Fighters put in some work. Lots of time to just free strafe things. Ooh. Did a lot of damage with those Vespids too. Very nice. I hope he doesn't feel too bad about getting outplayed. I do have a bit of practice at this game. Yeah, I think Honor Harrington would be really cool to see for this, because it has... You don't see the fighters, which in that setting are lax, which is... What is it? I don't remember what LAC stands for, honestly. But they function more or less as fighters. And you don't see them... They're kind of the high-tech sort of a thing. Or the reimagined old tech, I guess. But, you know, beyond that, you get, you know, a couple of different weapon types, you know, with both missiles and guns. You get kind of these different armor facing values where guns and missiles are, you know, very particular sides as from where they want to be used. I think it'd be really cool to do something like BSG for the Honor Harrington series. So yeah, that's definitely what I would pick. I probably should have focused these nukes a little more on actually killing targets, but I didn't expect him to make it that easy for me to score hits with the nukes. Usually people are a little more resistant to getting nuked. And he just kind of ate all of the nukes, so... Virus mines showing off just how effective they can be when unopposed. It was fun getting in there and hack some too with the modern base star. Obviously didn't really make a huge difference there, but it was fun. So I think after this, Unix, are you still around?
That Chylon player I've been playing has been wants to do another match, so we can transition from your Twitch to that on the regular stream if you want.
Who's wanting
Or
to
we
play
got
another
some-
match?
This guy, that tweet you faced, I built to face EXIA_27.
Uh-huh.
We made a plan to put a match on in about 15 minutes. I can see if he's ready now,
Oh,
or
okay.
we can, we just do it in the regular stream, or you got something in mind we can do in the next half hour.
I was thinking we might try doing that Battle of Midway thing.
All right.
That sounds fun.
All right. Let me just tell this guy that I'm going to be delayed half an hour. Right. The stream lasts another half an hour, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we're just gonna,
Okay.
I think, do that one battle and then call it a day. Man,
Recreation.
matches where you use munitions and squadrons definitely take longer to settle than when you use guns. This is a long replay. Yeah, almost 5 minutes. Oof. Or it is going to be 5 minutes by the time we get done. Wow. 5-minute replay.
There we go. So I just got that one edit left on the fleet for 4 o'clock. Slight adjustment. I can't remember what the stupid adjustment was. Black. Get in there. Do lightly.
Alright, so fleets.
Yeah.
So
What do I need to bring?
do you want to play the Japanese or the Americans?
I'm gonna lose, so I'll play the Japanese. I'll give it my best effort, whatever you want.
So the Japanese are going to have to be the Americans because they have the battleships, right? Or the Japanese. The Japanese are going to have to be colonials because they have battleships. So you have to bring Heracles, right?
Right.
So let's see.
So I am
you should
worthless
have
with Cylons. Tell me
4
what to
fleet
bring up.
carriers and 2 light carriers and 7 battleships. So you can't get
I
all
don't-
of that in 10 ships. So let's say 4 fleet carriers would be 4 Atlas.
Oh, okay.
And then 2 light carriers and 7 battleships. What if we did
So-
like 5 battleships or 5 Heracles and a Berserk? You're still going to be missing like all your cruisers. There's no way you can. Oh no, that's did not participate in the battle. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So yeah, you don't need them. All right.
Okay, so
Getting ready
2
to build.
battleships, 2 heavy cruisers. So that's going to be 2 Heracles and 2 Minotaurs. And then you've got a light cruiser and 12 destroyers. So that's probably just going to be fill in adamants or do your fighter upgrades and then fill in with adamants.
Yeah. Okay.
So Viper 2, Viper 2, Viper 2. Oh, and obviously you're going to have assault raptors as your bombers.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Manticore. So you get 2 Manticores and then you put torpedoes on both of them.
All right, I'm a little behind, but I'll get caught up in a minute. Once I hit the wrong button, I'm loading a game instead of the editor.
Alright, so for the Americans, 3 fleet carriers, 7 heavy cruisers, 1 light cruiser, and a crap ton of destroyers. If a Revenant is a heavy cruiser, or I'm sorry, a Minotaur is a heavy cruiser. Unless we just want to say cruisers. Yeah, so that pretty much means that I have to do... Oh, I guess you could also, if you wanted, you could do, instead of 2 Manticores, you could do... No, because an Adamant. You could do the Adamant but not launch its fighters as the light cruiser.
Yeah. Getting. Okay. I just lost the build. I gotta start over. Let me get back into the build section and.
No, you're fine. So Midway,
Get
Colonial.
ready to launch. Am I in the game?
No, I would just stick to the 2 Manticores to represent 2 of your destroyers.
Okay, cool. I'll do 2 Manticores. What do I arm them with?
Torpedoes. They're destroyers.
All right, that makes sense. Yeah. Been a while since I've read the hardcore World War II books. Okay,
Yeah.
fleet. So I'm gonna call
So
this. I'm the Japanese.
Yeah, you're Japan.
Okay, fleet. I don't have anything that's like this, so I'm gonna have to create it from scratch. Okay, let's do.
So I'm gonna have 3 carriers.
Japanese WW2.
And 7 Minotaurs.
Here we go. Add ship. Start from the bottom. Put the weapons on them as they mount, so I don't screw that up. I got 2 Manticores with torpedoes.
Yep.
I don't know how I'm going to deploy these guys. Okay, so I got the destroyers, 2 destroyers, 2 Manticores with torpedoes. I'm guessing they're on escort duty from my World War II reading.
I'm gonna drop one of my heavy cruisers to bring in a destroyer as well.
Okay, so heavy cruisers are going to be Minotaurs, right?
Yeah.
And ship. They're easy. I don't have to kid them out. How many Minotaurs am I getting?
You have 2 Minotaurs and 2 Heracles.
Oh, okay, 2 Minotaurs. 2. So that looks suspiciously like a Manicore. What's my big compared to the previous mouse? Okay. Add. Not much customization you need to do here.
No. Not much at all.
2 Minotaurs. Alright, there. I'm using Atlases for fleet carriers, and I get 4 of them, right?
4.
I'm
Yeah,
Japanese.
you have a scary 4.
That's a lot. That's a lot of power there. Let's get the Heracles. No weapons choices here, but that's kind of the way things were in World War II.
Yeah.
A lot of the whole carrier stuff. Carrier was started out in the 20s and 30s as a refitted battleship. Put a landing deck on top of an old battleship or battlecruiser and add an aircraft.
I think most of them were actually like converted freighters, like the Langley.
Mm. Catching up. would be, yeah. So the Manticores, if they're real destroyers, their job is to keep torpedoes and other munitions from getting to the fleet carriers. Sure. Battle cruisers. I haven't. Wow.
Oh
On the
man,
battlecruiser?
you have a lot more points than I do. Or a lot more points spent.
Yeah. I built. Okay, now I got
Oh,
the
actually, it's
4
not too
atlases
bad.
here.
740 is all. I could
Yeah,
close that up some if I didn't bring, if I don't
Yeah,
bring my Manticore, and instead bring my
that,
7th
that's
heavy
okay.
cruiser. So let's see.
Freaking Mercury. Yeah. Get rid of the Mercury. Can't have a Mercury at this fight.
Nope. 4 Atlas, 2 Heracles, 2 Minotaur, and that's 6, or that's 8, and 2 Manticores.
All right, we're getting there.
Not that. Not. I don't think arena.
Trying to make room in the middle of this fleet for the carriers, because the way these were built was the carriers were like this, were the center, and everything else was in radiated circles, protecting them.
Oh, I just drew up a line of battle.
And elaborate.
Dark Nebula, Tempest.
It's fine. I remember how the
Tempest would be okay, but not really. Not Caprica, nothing but the rain, maybe? Is this the one I'm looking for? Yes, nothing but the rain. That's the one we want. And 12K.
Trying to find my atlases.
Doesn't really matter. Okay. Matches up.
I'm, as usual, behind you.
No, you're fine.
Putting Mark IIs in the carriers.
Of course, there is a slight problem here of the carriers aren't so easy to sink when you've got Atlas.
Yeah, it's a little easier to sink the. Yeah, a couple torpedoes took out some of the Japanese ships.
Right. Yeah.
What should the balance of Raptors to Assault Raptors be? Do I need regular Raptors?
No, just bring full Assault Raptors.
Okay. First match I played in months without a K7. Alright, checking the inventory. 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah, these guys are still on Mark 1s. 2. Assault Ram. Two Minotaurs. Oh yeah, I didn't get the torpedo into the Manicore.
Wow, Japanese deployed 248 carrier-based aircraft and lost every single one. That's brutal.
It was not a good day for the Japanese. Or our trade balance, as it turns out, years later.
Yeah.
I'm at 10,540. What do you think I was going to come in at?
That much. I thought I remembered it being more, but it's not.
I may be missing something.
I could do Adamants and swap the Vipers for regular Raptor as the scout planes. Oh, that's a good idea, actually.
I'm at 9 ships. I can't. Wait.
I hadn't thought about that, but yeah, you're right. You could definitely
I'm at 10
do
ships.
for
Can't
your
hit
light
anything.
cruisers adamants with Raptors and torpedoes.
As opposed to Minotaurs?
For the light cruiser, not for the heavy cruisers. Because
Okay.
the Japanese did have some light cruisers.
Alright, so I should. Like cruisers or Minotaurs? Where's the right? I only see,
No,
I see two.
a Minotaur would be a heavy cruiser. The Japanese, however, had one light cruiser, so you could drop one of your Manticores and put in an Adamant
Alright, I'll do that then.
with
That sounds,
torpedo and Raptors.
okay, that sounds fair. Zagros is the one I can't pronounce.
BSG 37 coming in with the save on. Oh yeah, you can put something that's not fighters on an Adamant.
That's what the hell is that? It's another Minotaur. I must have clicked on the wrong thing. Let's get rid of it. No. Alright. Crap. That's definitely got to go, whatever it is.
Your mic is really quiet, by the way.
I'm sorry. I'm not talking loud. I've made a mistake and I don't know how to undo it. Just give me a sec.
Okay.
Artemis. Oh yeah, I definitely don't have any Artemises this week. Bye, Artemis. Goodbye. Okay, let's try again. I want to this ship. Be down here. They have a MK.
So you should have 4 Atlas, 2 Heracles, 2 Minotaurs, an Adamant, and a Manticore.
I'm just kitting out the Adamant, then we're going to get ready to go.
Cool.
Japan. Torpedo. Rep.
This still has the problem of ranges aren't proportional to gun caliber in this game, but
It's
that's
not a
fine.
perfect situation, but you know, if we can pay Black Labs to make a new game for us. Battle of Midway. All right,
Yeah,
I'm ready to go.
6 plus lobby's up. 6 plus development team, like 3 years of development. I have that kind of cash.
Checking it again. My highest value ship is the Heracles.
I guess I should have done blue, and you should have done, and you could stick with red. But oh well, I'll be green. That's fine.
I switch colors. What Rising Sun
I mean,
is red, right?
I would say, yeah, you're on red right now.
Okay, that's cool. You can States is blue. That's the way it is on those TV programs. I'm jumping in.
The Midway Support Force additionally had 4 heavy cruisers, so you could have, I guess, also brought additional Minotaurs instead of the.
They participate in the battle? Really?
It calls
this
it
is all
the
over
Midway
the-
Support Force on Wikipedia. I am
I'm
not
not gonna argue
familiar
with
enough with
Wikipedia.
Battle to speak to what they did.
Well, the battle itself was about. It was really about provoking a carrier battle and destroying the American fleet and winning the Pacific War. But to provoke that, they invaded the Aleutian Islands up in Alaska and Midway. We didn't even figure out the Aleutian Islands part for a couple of days. Our intelligence network wasn't quite as advanced as it is now.
Got it.
You started
Collision.
all high up. Okay, interesting.
I didn't have time to think about it. Figure keep the firepower together though.
Yep. Yep. Should make for an exciting battle and replay with BSG tech. Yes. Yes, indeed. And the Minotaur definitely serves as a fairly solid heavy cruiser with 6 medium gun broadside, 6 heavy gun top and bottom.
Yeah. I think high is what you go with this fleet because the only really effective use of the Atlas's guns, if it comes to that, is going to be
I mean,
targets slightly
the
below.
Heracles one have top and bottom and don't really care for using their broadsides, but the Minotaurs and the Atlas want to go with broadsides. Adamant obviously wants to go with broadsides, so it's a very on-plane sort of layout. Besides the Heracles, which want to be above or below their target.
I got a good layout then. All right. To the launching fighter go. So the Japanese went out on a little air expedition saying, I need to find the Americans and kill the Americans, and might put an assault. There you go. Well, whatever was on the adamant blew up because it's gone.
Your adamant is? Oh, you
No,
mean
the
the one in
adament's
the
there,
middle?
but the aircraft didn't get off or didn't respond to the launch order. Maybe that's the problem. I didn't select it, so that's fine. I'll launch it next turn. I didn't. Occasionally, if you put ships too close together, the launch of the Raptor is the death of the Raptor.
Squadrons will never die from running into capital ships. They just kind of go around it. Sometimes they won't pad.
If you launch them into and they slam into another capital ship, they won't survive that.
Realistically, yes. In game mechanics, no, it doesn't affect them.
It's interesting because I came up a squadron short on that 2 Mercury with those 2 Mercuries when they're too close together on the right side, and I came out a squadron short. Maybe it just didn't launch. I mean, I had a lot of stuff going on. There was also some bad Ranger PCM shots flying around. It was a cluster, you know what.
Yeah.
So I think the right thing for the Japanese to do is to send out a probe to find the American carriers. I will do that.
I mean, you know where I am.
That again, limitations of the environment. I love when you get this map with a big rock in the middle.
Yes, I thought this map would be especially appropriate for trying to represent Midway being awkwardly in between the two fleets.
IFFs have come back hostile. IFFs have come back hostile.
I identified your Manticore. I'm a freaking rocket scientist.
Remember, children, real destroyers hide behind islands.
That's cute. I like that. They had two kinds of bombers: the torpedo bombers and dive bombers.
Yep. Sadly, we don't have that much variety in this game.
Yeah. I
I mean,
thought
if we
dive
wanted to
bombing
hack
was
it
the
up so that we could have both assault raptors as torpedo bombers and Vespids as dive bombers, but I don't feel like violating the EULA while a moderator and advertising my stream in the official.
Yeah, I don't think that would be a very good career move.
I mean, fortunately, this isn't my primary source of income, but
Yeah, it's just still, reputation is everything.
hello to Chaplain717 and Denok Delta and Silly Gnome 225. Ooh. Some torpedoes softening up the battleship.
Shot. We're gonna start shooting back. I think. All right, we got greatest lock. I had a Manticore up front. Oh, nice line of Minotaurs.
Right.
Sweet. Oh, you did a nice job on this.
As I said, I just drew up a line of battle. Nothing fancy here.
Didn't understand that. All right. I see the carrier. So blowing out the Minotaurs is not the point of the operation. IDing and sinking the carriers is the point.
Yeah, I think the real winner comes down to whoever can kill the other guy's capital ships. Those being, of course, the Heracles and the Atlas. Winning, of course, is always ideal, but not necessarily the objective here.
Just fun. Animate's got stuff running into people. Clone.
Yes, sir.
So, fun fact, the USS Yorktown was the only U.S. carrier to be hit and sunk. First hit by a bomb, which was repaired for flight ops, which the Japanese Navy thought was knocked out. Second hit was by torpedo bombers who hit it again, mistaking it for another carrier. None of the U.S. torp planes survived, and 3 Japanese Navy carriers were hit within 5 minutes of each other. Fourth was sunk by a dive bomber hours later. Goodbye, destroyer.
Oh wow!
Blap.
That was fast. All right, I gotta get to work here. Obviously, got a battle on my hands.
Oh my lord, I love how not even with the focus fire, your lead bomber there is just getting pummeled.
Try and make a game of it at least. Bring solution. Oh, that's it. I don't believe I have any munitions. Yes, I do. I got torpedo. Well, you blew up my torpedo.
One of them, anyway. Wasn't having none of that.
I'm on it, Commander.
I think your lack of a line of battle is going to be a problem for you here. I think that's probably going to end up costing you this real quick.
Yep. Trying to make some emergency adjustments here to
Yeah,
mitigate that.
you have the problem of your front line there. Your
Yeah,
screen is already in range while the battleships are still woefully short.
Yeah. Nice. Instead.
How many destroyers were lost in this engagement by the Japanese? No destroyers lost for either side. Oh no, I'm sorry. The Americans lost one destroyer.
Yeah, I was protecting the Yorktown. I think it got torpedoed.
The Japanese, despite bringing a whole bunch of destroyers, did not lose any of them. The sheer terror at how powerful aircraft were, though, clearly shows in what was even getting shot at in this battle.
Armored emergency battle line.
Though I guess also the battle mostly was an aircraft battle with, I don't know that any like cannon fire was actually exchanged between ships. I don't
No,
know that
that
they
was
ever got
a-
in range of each other.
That was proof that the transition had gone from battleships and battle lines to
Yeah.
long-range aircraft. The entire battle was fought without direct contact between any ships, if I'm remembering correctly. Or it was a turning point anyway. Oh no!
Squadron
No torpedoes for you.
I managed to save the Minotaurs, but I can try and put a battle line together in the last second. Take any real damage. I don't have bombers anymore. They're gone.
Yeah, I've knocked out a bunch of your bombers.
Get past you? Did know. Stay on target. Take further mitigation steps.
American cruisers screened for the win.
That's right, I'm supposed to lose, aren't I? All right, that's good.
That's right. Yes. Yeah, that's it. You're
You
supposed
picked the
to
right guy
lose.
for that. Pick the right guy for that today.
Of course, we are failing to take into account that despite having fewer carriers, the Americans did have more planes. Because
Yeah,
they
but
also
you ain't
had
got
the
anything
Midway
else.
airfield.
Yes, that was a gigantic aircraft. It was, okay, come on, pick a target and keep hitting it. There we go. There we go. Here's, whether you got target or not, you're doing Control A. A. Picking the target.
So yeah, you only have... I guess if you include the Midway support force, whatever that was, for the Japanese, you could bring 2 Heracles and 4 heavy cruisers instead of just 2 heavy cruisers. But definitely, I think if you're going to go with this recreation, you would be really leaning on the carriers, or rather your greater fighter count.
Yeah, which I don't.
I'm on it, Commander.
Alright, let's see if I did any damage here. Oh, I did some damage, but not a whole lot. Alright, so what we're gonna do...
Got it.
Minotaur survived.
One of them did, because I wasn't focused firing that one. Oh, are you talking about mine, maybe?
No, lots of yours survived.
I seem to be winning the fighter battle, but mostly by virtue of your fighters are split up and doing weird things? Or you recalled the unengaged fighters, it looks like.
I didn't intentionally do that.
Oh, okay. Maybe you split them up into 2 groups or something?
Out of position. They're dealing with defense. You're apparently attacking my my carriers here. Okay, so let's do that. That. Because remember, I have to try hard, but I'm not supposed to win.
No, you're definitely supposed to try and win. Though I don't think you're going to at this point. 7 Minotaur, or 6 Minotaurs is really scary.
Yep. And I got no missiles or ordnance. Let's go.
Yeah, you have no ordnance. I've wiped out all of your bombers. Mostly because they were unescorted. No ship-to-ship fire happened at Midway. Ships were about 180 miles apart, and the average effective gun range, yeah, for a battleship was 27 miles. I'm not even sure that's the average effective... I guess it's the effective gun range in that it can do damage. I don't know that they're even very accurate at that range, though. And 10 to 11 miles for a destroyer. Japanese fighters had the Zero, and we had the Wildcat. Zero had 2 20mm and 2 7.7mm guns, and no armor protection. Wildcat had 4 to 6 50 cals depending on the version, and had different armor packs for the pilot and the fuel tank. Yeah. Yeah, the Wildcat's quite a bit beefier, but not as maneuverable. And yeah, well outside gun range, whereas BSG, as much as it does, is kind of inspired by World War II, especially Deadlock, does not have that kind of setup. I mean, I guess it does in kind of the meta of the game, but in terms of how many fighters we get. You are going to kill one of my cruisers. Oh. I shot through the armor on the bottom of this Heracles, but I didn't actually knock out its engineering. 1 point is all.
Amazes me when an Atlas gets a firing solution. Atlases get a firing solution. That's amazing.
It is always nice.
Two Atlases did get a firing solution. Yep. Alright. Good. Good as you can get in these
I love
circumstances.
the Minotaur's top guns having no better target, just taking pot shots at your raptor. Haven't scored a hit yet, but they're trying.
You got an A for effort, I guess, right?
That's right.
A few little bits so you get in there before the battle's over.
This is the Battle of Midway, but without Midway, I guess.
That's the rig rocket I just passed. Midway.
Yeah, but there's no airfield on it.
Okay. People gotta quibble about details. They can try and do it themselves better and do a better job than you and I did.
That's right.
There we go. Come on, get another one. Get another one. Make a hole. Make a hole. Yes! Oh, that's my ship.
Yeah, I was like, make a hole in wood.
Yes, Commander.
I barely scratched the paint on that mini. Ships into range. Carriers are trying to break out.
Oh, your lead carrier's about to get it rough. That's 5 Minotaurs and 3 Atlas all in range of it. It's gonna be a rough day. Plus he has no front armor already. Hard about!
Name? The meat?
God, it's not often I have an excuse to run 6 Minotaurs. It's a pity the Minotaur is so weak to enemy fighters. Makes me sad that it didn't get light guns. Or you get to keep light guns, might be better to say.
It had light guns in the first round.
Honestly, it'd probably be more balanced at this point if it had light guns. Better able to go toe-to-toe with the Revenant. Better at reducing its weakness to fighters. But I don't know. Maybe. Hard to say. Actually, I'd be pretty okay if it wasn't quite so weak to fighters, honestly. Did you forget Atlases are broadside ships?
newest of what? Okay.
Yes, Commander. Got it.
Ding, 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 ding.
Under assault. Getting a broadside.
I think we're gonna get about the right rate of survival for the fighters.
Yeah, 0.
Oh, there you go. You even used the right broadside for your Atlas.
Melted a Minotaur there. Oh, damaged it anyway. Oh, look, we got a collision. Collision would be very un-World War II like, so we're gonna break out of that. Normally, I would take a Minotaur for a Atlas in an emergency.
Yes, sir.
Recreate a torpedo attack run with my Manticore here.
Yes, Commander.
Rock sticking up like a knife through the Minotaur's rear section.
Hmm.
So say we all.
I'm back. I'm at Minotaur.
Say
Be over now.
goodbye.
Say goodbye to the Japanese fleet. Going to the bottom of the deep blue sea.
Or something like that. Oh, I think I even did manage to ice all your fighters there, didn't I? God, not often that you see Minotaurs doing that much damage. 585, 510. The lowest one is the one that died at 223, but 556, 658, and 601. Manticore pulled off 163 damage. It's beautiful. Well, folks, the Japanese have been caught flat-footed once again.
Happy to accommodate. If anybody wants to watch at 4 o'clock, or now, we're going to stream a 16K match. Modern Base Stars against 5 heavy Colonial Battle Stars.
I will.
Great weekend, everybody.
See you later, Unix.
See you later, Z-Dog. Enjoy.
Folks, I've been streaming here on this Discord server. If you want to join us in the chat in the future, if you want to catch Unix's stream as well, that's where he'll be streaming it, I believe.
Yep.
Otherwise, that's going to end it for today. This was an excellent battle. I had a blast. Might be fun to do again later, or maybe we can do some of the other battles. This was indeed, as I have to agree with BSG 37, this was glorious. Excellent idea, BSG 37. This was a lot of fun. There's probably at least one or two other battles that'd be interesting to recreate. So yeah, we'll have to do this again sometime. Always fun to get to run around with a bunch of Minotaurs. We didn't really get to show off, like there were so many gunships, and of course we start so close. Maybe next time we'll say that you have to start it in the back distance.
In the back,
and we'll
yeah,
pick a map where you start further apart as well. That might do a little more to push the focus towards the fighters that we know this battle and some of the others had. Might be interesting to find one that has submarines playing a pivotal role too, and throw in some Orions.
Great suggestion. Yeah. Actually, a submarine is what took out the Yorktown.
He said a torpedo.
Torpedo. It could have been from a destroyer, though. For now.
Yeah.
I
I think it was supposed to be from one of the torpedo bombers that came in later, like on a second wave or something.
Well, I'm not going to argue. I haven't read it recently.
I love how I lost a cruiser instead of a destroyer too, but whatever. Also kept all all three carriers alive. It's all good. The carriers are also quite a bit more durable. Yes, Orions would be great as submarines, where even when you know they're there, it's still difficult to target them directly. The only real thing being off is that you can of course target them with fighters, which that's not quite accurate.
Yeah, fighters were not effective against the...
BSG 37 says Kate torpedo bombers got the Yorktown. Hello as well, Destructively Phased. You are super late to the stream, Destructive. I guess it's just not wanting to show that you are one of the users here, because I'm looking at it now and it still doesn't say you're here. I apologize if I didn't say hi to anyone. I can only say hi to whoever Twitch wants to tell me is actually here. And that list is pretty inaccurate. Like it says there are 7 viewers, but there's only 6 users. Who knows? Who knows? Anyway, that's going to do it for today. I will catch you guys next Saturday. My next streams with Slytherin are going to be Wednesday the 10th, 17th, and 24th. We're going to be doing ICBM for all of those. So 10th and 17th, it's 8 p.m. GMT, 2 p.m. US Central, and Wednesday the 24th is going to be at the usual time of noon US Central, or 6 p.m. GMT. So the next time I stream as such then will be on my channel here on Saturday, noon to 4, like always. Anyway, that's it for today. Thank you for joining all. We'll definitely get in some more awesome battles like this one was. Sergeant Z-Dog signing off.